Right then. How's this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Is it working? Should I have used the facilities again before starting? Who knows? We will see. We will see indeed. Yada da 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 ba ba da 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 dee. Yada da 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 da. Ooh, it's taking a long time to work up. It's supposed to be connected. It is connected. It's now working. No, I want you to go into that. And that. And you can go to that. Hello. And welcome to everyone. Let's do this. That should be working. Let's check the window is connecting to the right one. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. It's supposed to be throwing 96831 here at this point, and it's not. Okay. Nope, that's also the wrong one. Copy. Properties. Yay! That's the right one. Right then, that's now working. And if that's working, that's good. I want that to be slightly more orientated towards that in the center, because I might need to have to do 3 screens combined shortly. Though that would look more natural if I'm reading questions, if that's on the other side of the screen. So, that means that the other system, when we got up, we'll have to go to that side of the screen. And I'm going to have to orientate this back just a tad again. That's better. That is better. That is better. Right then. Hello everyone, how are we all doing? So, yes, I'm still getting used to the computer system. I know, I've only been doing this now for about 3 or 4 years, and I've only been using this particular software for about the last few months. But, the thing is, I keep playing around with it, and it's my own fault, because then I change things, and then I go, hang on, it's not what I'm used to. And then I go, oh, I remember now, because I changed it, didn't I? Because I was smart, and I thought, this'll be better. And of course, it's really not better, but it feels better. Probably about the same as the previous one was. Now, for those who don't know, the Patreon vote is 22 minutes left on the Patreon vote. So if you're a patron and you haven't voted yet, You have got 22 minutes to vote. It ends at 7:30. Hello, Carl Gasberg. I have had your message. I'm not going to reveal the topic you want me to discuss, but I'm going to withhold from discussing about it this week because I want to do some of my own research, if that makes sense. Because it came through, and it's very nice of you to send me through that message, but I want to go and do my own research, and I didn't have the time today. So I'm not sure I'm going to have the time this week because of the various things we've got going on, but over the next couple of weeks, I will make the time. I will make sure, and if it'll either be the next Bruships or the Bruships afterwards, I'll have a bit of a discussion of it. Okay? Hello, Runon. Hello, Night68 everyone. Hello, Makakooch. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Steve Clarke. Hello, Tanif. Hello, Verdun. Hello, Runon. Again. Hello, Team Locker. Hello, Avis. Hello, DeBrook. Hello, Stephen Richards. Hello. There's lots of people chatting away. Runon especially got a lot of discussions going in. Hello, Just Funk. John Shea, DG40, Malaga. Hello, Vice Admiral Nelson. Hello, sir. Hello, Frayne15. Hello, Mark Harkness. Hello, Makakooch. Hello, Vernon. It is the perfectionist to me. Basically, it's a nice way. Someone sent me a thing, and I could talk about it because it's not exactly a topic which Bilge Pumps hasn't been covering quite regularly. But it's something which, if I'm going to get into and actually discuss on the channel, without Jamie and Drac to riff off, I want to make sure I'm sure about it before I do. And there is a return this week of this cam and my untidy desk area. But there is a return, and as you can see, it's got, you can see the live chat. I have the live chat up here. You can see the various systems I have active to sort of run it, OBS and all these things. But that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it is going to be to look at the books when I'm doing them. So, sort of thing. And I have got some very nice books here. I'm going to put Amazon links to them down below as well, because so you can find them if you want to go procure them. And before anyone goes, that's terrible for you to give us the Amazon links. Well, naturally, no, it isn't, because even if you don't want to buy from Amazon, I can understand why you wouldn't. They have all the details, the ISBN, etc., everything there. So I don't have to worry about reading that stuff out and making it correct. That will all be on their webpage. Secondly, and this is also important, if you do decide, because you don't mind buying it from Amazon, you can actually buy it through the link which I'm going to put up, and that basically, it doesn't give me any money as I understand it, or rather it would give you money if I had millions of people buying books through my links. But no, what instead I get is I get Amazon vouchers, which I will use towards more books myself. So in a nice way, it doesn't add any money onto you. It just gives me, the people who buy through Amazon on that link, it adds up, and they give me at the end of the year usually a voucher for usually about £50, which is nice because that can buy a whole book. One whole book. So yeah, here we are. That's the thing. I will add in my affiliate link. That's the thing. And actually, I would say I've got a whole load of books which I've covered and I've done the suggestions for. You will find on my affiliate webpage on Amazon. You'll find all those books there, and they're all good books. I've done reviews for them on all the channel. I never put up a book which I haven't read and haven't discussed on the channel, so they're always usually fairly decent. I'm going to start off by doing some questions, because I don't want to get too much into the book discussion before we've got to the patron vote results, so we can know what's coming from the patron vote. And as said, there are no longer 22 minutes left. I think it's 17 minutes left. Currently in the lead by numbers of votes, we have the Sydney strategy. Germany standardizes on a single hull for all capital ship construction. And on 10, in third place, we have How were autoloader turrets prototyped or development history thereof, which I have to say is something which, of all the topics, the one I was most worried about getting was that one, because I was going, that's going to mean I'm going to have to take a lot of books with me this week. As I've said before, I am wandering around for November. And I'll be doing lives and everything as I normally do, because I've got Starlink, so I can do them wherever I go and wherever I wander. And basically I'm doing it for my mum and sister's health. I'm trying to keep them healthy, so we're doing sort of a variation of a house swap on way. For a bit of it, anyway. And, yeah. I can do the Ruhon, the autoloader turrets. I can do it. If it wins, I can do it. But I prefer anything else from point of view of the amount of books I'd have to take with me in the car. Literally, that was the topic I was looking at going, okay, that will add an extra crate of books to the entirety of all I'll be taking with me. Buffering again. A lot of buffering. Why is it buffering so much? It isn't buffering for me on my display. So I'm wondering, it's not buffering at any point for me. Oh, now it is. Now it's buffering. Wonder why it's buffering. Let's go to settings of network. Network settings. I'm at 1,000 megabits a second. I'm at 4 gigabyte a second. Seems to be going through the Ethernet. So I have no idea why it's all buffering. Right, let's see. Does that fix it? Now, issues at YouTube's end, potentially. I'm not sure what's going on. Not sure what's going on. Circle of Doom, that's not good. Let me just check. Not sure what's going on. But that seems to be better. But the studio is going completely... The YouTube studio system is going completely nuts on me. So... saying I've got an excellent connection, but it's not retailing the video to me at all. So, yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change what my normal methodology of modus operandi is. I'm not going to be using Studio, so I'm entirely going to be relying on OBS and what I can see from the chat. So if things go wrong, you have to tell me. If things aren't working, you have to beep at me, okay? But it appears to me that YouTube Studio, which is the system you normally have running in the background to watch it, is completely crashing on me and absolutely collapsing because it's just got a constant circle of doom and it's not working. But it does seem to be still transmitting. To an extent, he says, because he's just said that and the circle of doom has started again. So, I now have to watch with two visions of my face in front of me. Oh, good lord, that's going to be fun. Alright, to the questions. Right. That's it. A follow-up to Thursday's questions. If the Harrier 2 became the first generation UK and US Harriers and Sea Harriers, then what becomes of the Harrier 2 in that scenario? Probably the Harrier 3? Honestly, if the Harriers improved that much, then yeah. But the British would definitely want the Sea Harrier 2 because that has the Blue Vixen radar, and that's what they would really like. Because the Blue Vixen radar... If the British had Blue Vixen radar and AMRAAM down in the Falklands, Lord help the Argentinians. I mean, seriously, Lord help them. That was a beyond visual range interceptor aircraft, certified with that radar. It wasn't a Tomcat, no. There's very few things which are capable of a Tomcat, but the Blue Vixen and the Meteor and the AMRAAM in its day were frigating scary as a combination. And combine that with Sidewinders and, you know, who knows what else. Yeah, that would be a very big change to the Falklands War. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Showmac. Sure, definitely didn't forget there was a live stream today because I was reorganising my divisions in Rule the Ways. Yeah, you're still doing better than me. I've had to go to a different campaign on Ultimate Adult Dreadnoughts because I'm learning how to work within the new system that they've set up since the update. So yeah, how's your? Seems okay. That's good. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Paul Bestwick. Hello, everyone. Black Monster, the Lady of the Lake gives you Excalibur. What shall you do as the new King of the Britons? Okay, so, right then. If I was the new King of the Britons, well, first of all, I would probably make my best friend my second in command, or rather, of my best friends, and I've got about 5 of them. I know which ones where I'd put them in. The one who's publicly, well, the 2 who are publicly known, I'll talk about what they are, because there's Drac, of course, who would be. You're going to sound strange, but I would actually make him. This is going to sound strange. Minister for Transport and Infrastructure, and I just tell him to go wild and build it all and get it all sorted out. I have actually. There's 3. I would put probably. Now, Gareth is always talking about running the railways, but I would actually use Gareth the Brit as the person in charge of. I'd give him the Foreign Office. I'd give Dan Freeman the NHS. Just literally go. Yeah, I'm going to try a strange thing. I'm going to put a doctor in charge of it. And just watch him have fun. I'm not sure that'd be a nice thing for me to do or a nasty thing for me to do. And Sam, as you know, my director/producer whenever I do the Christmas specials, and who, if the 8th is organised all as it's supposed to be at Portsmouth, you will hopefully, a lot of you will meet, if you want to come down, we'll meet her as well, because all of us are going to probably be down there if the plan got this pulled off. Now, I would probably make her some sort of version of Home Secretary, because honestly, which for those who don't know is basically the person in charge of running the police and a fair number of other departments, but principally the police and the security services. And yeah, she'd be fairly good in that role. Next things after that is I'm going to take certain portfolios directly under my own purview as king, slash like the Office of Prime Minister, the Office of Chancellor, and the Office of Secretary of State for Defence. Going to start sorting those out. There is someone who I would put in who would be very happy running the internal stuff for the Chancellery, but would not want to be anything near doing the external stuff, i.e. announcing the people who I'd probably put under me in charge of that, who I know, etc., and various things. And then I would sort out things like ordering some LHDs, and probably the Queen Elizabeth class would go in and find themselves all using their BAE functioned bits to have their middle bits extended. And with their middle bits extended, who knows what I'd do with them. Honestly, I could have fun. I would basically make them a little bit bigger, and then it's time to start on the Type 83s. And, well, me and Drac already have a plan for the Type 83s, so that would get built quite quickly. It is having fun today, isn't it? It does keep pausing. I notice it now. I notice it doing the buffering thing, and I'm going, why is it buffering? Because it's not my internet. It really isn't my internet. It's not the computer. The computer is running a little bit hot, but it was running fine on Twitch earlier. And when I say it's running a bit hot, it's because it's been running all day. Patreon looks like a shotgun hit the voting system. That's unfair if you've done what I suspect you've done, or all of you have done. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The vote is going up on Patreon. Please don't scare me. It's not nice to talk. It's not nice to be to torture me that much. Yeah. YouTube Studio appears to be absolutely mucking itself around this evening. I'm not sure what to do. I don't think it's my system. It's currently working at a full 1,000 megabytes a second, so that's all working. OBS is working fine. My CPU is functioning at 2%, and kilobytes a second is fine. Let's see if that sort of helps. at all. Is that going to fix it, or should I do I need to end the stream and restart it? That's the question. Do I need to end the stream and restart it? Because I've played around the stream settings and up to the maximum of my broadcasting on my end, so it should, he says, it should work. But it's still not working. Will you put any of your subscribers, patrons in the chat to thumbs? Possibly. There's a few of you who I would certainly consider for various options, but yeah. I'd probably put Paul from Chicago in charge of the IT section. Just because of the various things. And yeah, Cyclic in charge of geology. And my sister probably get an option or something as well, but leave that to one side. Right. So, like within next year likely being the year of the carriers, it is going to be the year of the carriers and flagships, because, well, I'm not going to do HMS Victory this year as my video from Portsmouth, because if all goes to plan, we will hopefully have moved next year, and therefore, this is going to sound terrible, but if I'm going to be coming up to Portsmouth from probably Cornwall, and that's probably where we'll end up moving to, that will be a couple of days trip, requiring hotel stay and all those things, in which case the video needs to be definitely going to be worth it. And whilst I am now over 10,000 subscribers, thank you very much, that's all thanks to you. I have got to do a thank you video of some kind for that one. I am not confident, in the nicest way, that if it's not a great subject, it won't pay for the video. The video won't pay for the trip. So my theory is, if I'm doing carriers and flagships next year, then HMS Victory, a video of her, will definitely pay for the trip. Plus, if it's the December 2024, it'll be the year before the 220th anniversary of the Battle of Trafalgar. So, you know, be a sort of nice way to almost kick off that year. No guarantee of restart when we worse. There is no guarantee. It's been okay for you since I started tweaking. Don't worry, Ronan. As said, infrastructure and building standards and everything is going to be given to Drakenfell. I'm just, you can all imagine what Drak's modus operandi will be for dealing with the people, especially as head of transport and infrastructure construction as well. Basically, I will give him full reign to get the things built. Whatever he needs to do. Including license to use a flamethrower. So, might be in a Mary Rose this year. We've done Warrior, we've done M31. I think the Mary Rose will be a good one. And it is going to be Portsmouth again. But saying that, I need to get my public liability insurance sorted out. And currently, my major problem with that one is, whilst it's normally £300, for some reason, despite me not having put a claim in or anything, current quotas come in on it being a bit bigger. And I look through the quotes, and apparently it says that I employ people, and I have a team I'm responsible for to do electrical work as well. I'm not sure how that got added into my quote, but I'm going to go back to them and point out that I'm actually just me. So, vote is in. Rune on. Okay. I'm going to cheat slightly, alright? So I'm going to cheat on that one. I am shamelessly going to cheat. And after I finish setting up the cheats, in terms of the scheduling the patron lives, I am that should be okay. Oh, how should we put this one in? Because 3 have won. Oh, this is going to be fun. Figuring this one out. Yeah, let's see what I can do to figure this one out. So we have 3 winners from Patron vote. We have Michael66 to Sydney Strategy, and Runon's autoloaders have drawn equal. And in the win has been Steve Clarke's Germany standardizes on a single hull for all cavalry ship productions. Scharnhorst to take IJN and get advice on carrier constructions, so they model their things on the IJN policies rather than the French ones. Okay. That's interesting. What can we do then? Ooh, what can we do then? Where can we put this in? Well, yeah, that goes into that, because I have started to get, the Christmas schedule is almost at the point at which I will publish it. He says, almost at the point I'll be able to publish it, but it's not quite there. So, yeah. And it's Patreon 88, and then yeah, patrons 88, 89, and 90. So Patron 88 will be so that's going to be the first one, where Mike. So these should be appearing as I saved them. So he says, hoping it's working right. It should be appearing on the system for you all to see At least one should have appeared already. If it hasn't, tell me. Has one appeared? It should do. It should have done. And now a second one should have appeared. Should have done, he says. Because I'm now working on the third. Should have done. It's always fun. Wondering, is it going to appear? Will it appear? It might not appear. Now, let's see, what was I going to do? Yeah, that one. So, I've been naughty, I have to admit, with Patreon 90. And hopefully, that's working. And hopefully all three should be up and sorted. Because basically what I have done is replace Bruships 133. So you should now be able to see them all. He says, if it's working correctly. I always hope. Always hope. Cool, David Golding. That's some cool photos. So, right then. Patreon sorted. We have the Patreon schedule all up, and Runon, I apologise. I've cheated. I've put the Patreon 90 into December. Oh, yes, I know. Shameless cheating. But I just went. That saves me on the books, Gary. And then Patron 91 and Patron 92 and probably... Considering the habit of getting 2 in second place that is emerging in this channel's voting, yes. But there were 164 votes cast, which is always nice to have. But that does mean, as I have 132 patrons, either not everyone voted, and I'm looking for the voting results. So yeah, I'm very lucky. I have 132 patrons, but only a third apparently voted this time. But they did count for 164 votes. So roughly, the average is everyone voted for roughly 4. Roughly 4. When I say roughly 4, there is one person, and he knows who he is. And he's in ship shape with me, so he definitely knows who he is. Who might have voted for, I think, pretty much every single one. I know people go polling is anonymous, but in that case, it's not anonymous. Now. All right. I wonder if it's because... Hang on. The stream's bitrate is now higher than what's recommended. Apparently I'm overloading the system now. Oh. Alright, let's see if that's better. It keeps giving me different figures for what I should be using as my stream rate. Excellent connection is what it's now telling me. And yeah. But still having its weird time, excuse the French. I have no idea what's going on. Really none at all. H. Verdun. I noticed you'd done the Battle of Sinop for your birthday. I did remember that you... I seem to remember it was you, actually, that intended to have a birthday around that time of year, and I thought, well, you know, it's a pretty good topic to have. YouTube thinks I'm doing both Patron 90 and one Patron 133. Well, there is now a Patron 133, but it's now on a different day, because I renamed all the Bruships. So basically, I put all the Bruships back. So you should be seeing Bruships 138 anymore, I think that was the one I cut off at the end. Because I basically went through and updated them all, which is why you still heard the tap-tap-tapping. When is the Simsec paper due? Oh, good knows. No, this is going through editing now. Both are editing. With next year likely to be the year of the carriers, would you be able to do a patron suggestion on the lines of the history and impact of the heavy forge press on the military aviation? Look, that might be in the videos I want to do next year, but the thing is, for me to do it properly, I need to be able to visit, well, at least a place in Scotland. So that's one of those things of, I'd like to do it, but I need to do a research visit and go some camera filming first. Bruno, was the bigger issue for armour plate in the 30s a lack of total capacity, or a lack of capacity for the thicker battleship capital grade plate? Both. Honestly, it was both. It was every single level. It was at it had gone down at. Alright, so the US invests and jointly gets a better Dornier 31 with Germany. US renounced the Second London Naval Treaty and builds the Montana class instead of the Iowa class, and Midway class instead of the Essex class early. Yeah, the RN goes up by 2 inches instead of 1/2 inch. Like my Maximus, you're putting a rather long question. What is the question of that sort of the thing? What's the question going on? Because you put a lot in the chat, in the Q&A, and I'm trying to keep up with it. So, 9681. So, the British had 40 county class heavy cruisers. When would they consider any follow-on design? They'd probably be designing them almost immediately they stop building them. Because the British, now, if you notice, the British never are not building a cruiser class in the 1920s and 30s. There is never nothing under construction. That's the basic need. If you're going to maintain a force of roughly 70 plus cruisers, 80, preferably 80 cruisers, and considering how long how they wear out, you are always going to be doing something. You're never not going to be building anything. But here is another factor for you to think about. The reason you often have classes, especially in that period, overlapping, is the very best version of the last class that will be built of any class built are its last vessels, and the worst version, the ones which often have the most problems, are the first generation built. So basically, you want the last three to six, depending on the size of the class, of your previous large run to overlap with the first 3 to 6 of the next large run, and the odds are the six of the older design will actually be in service longer than the 6 of the newer design. That's what you want to do it if you're being sensible. And if you're building a large enough force that you can justify it. Or 3, or 2, if it's really small classes. Once you're getting down into single-digit runs of ships, it's not really a practical or viable thing. But when you're in double and decent double in the numbers of ships, that's really what you should be doing. Okay, I'm not answering that question. I have no idea what my favourite colour is. Probably orange. Let's be honest, I painted my alpha set. I find it a very nice and very stimulating colour. Makes me very happy. See, Richards, I was watching a podcast about MacArthur and they bashed him. Was he that bad? Let me put it this way. If I had to pick between serving under Beatty or MacArthur, I'd serve under Beatty. But, again, no one. The RN goes up caliber by 2 inches instead of 1.5 in the lead up to through World War One. Impact on capital ships and other nations' reactions? Well, the Queen Elizabeth class are on 16-inch guns. The Germans are in even more trouble because, again, it's one thing going to 15 inches, another thing going to a 16-inch. It is that much bigger, that much more effort, that much more resources required to build them. And, you know, people always go, it's 1 more inch. Why does it? Because it's 1 more inch along the entire gun, and it's that much more cost. You might have seen this in UAD. My first the test campaign I'm currently running, again with the British, where I'm just basically building battleships. I've gone with 11-inch guns for my first generation dreadnoughts rather than 12-inch. Why? Because it was cheaper and because they were available, so that's what I went with. I'm now upgrading, I think, to 12-inch, but that's literally because it's now gone down in cost, so it's viable for me to do so. And I'm actually fighting battles, so I need to. But no, there isn't really much of an impact other than... Well, the British will miss out skip a step if you think about it, because they go 12, 13.5, 15, potentially 16.5, 18. 16.5 we know about mainly from the G3s. That was an interesting discussion to get into, the whole thing about the G3s, whether or not they were having 16.5-inch guns, and there's R.A. Burt and Andrew Lambert, and not Andrew Lambert. Did I put Andrew Lambert? I can't remember. I responded to a question. I think I might have used the wrong name. I think it's John. Yeah, it's John Lambert. So hopefully I put the right name. Hopefully I put John instead of Andrew. But no, it's a whole interesting sort of thing with the guns, and you know, it just makes it a lot more of a issue for the Americans and the Japanese. It's what they were doing anyway. But for the Americans, there's a problem with that, because that means their usual advantage and their usual thing is, well, our guns are bigger. You're faster, but our guns are bigger. So if the guns are the same size, then the Queen Elizabeth class represent a very big threat. Under that scenario, at that point, there'd be no case of, well, the Colorados are comfortably better than the Queen Elizabeths. Are they? Because remember, the American rating was that HMS Hood was the equivalent of the Colorados in fighting power. Well, if the Queen Elizabeth's DRs all have 16-inch guns, Renown Repulse have 16-inch guns, and Hood has 16-inch guns, then the RN then has 13 16-inch gun ships, and the Americans have the Colorados. That's not good. That's not good for them at all. So I don't think you get I don't think you get a naval treaty necessarily at that time point, because the Americans, if they accept a building holiday at that point, they can't say this one's come again, expecting, and they wanted a navy second to none. Well, the trouble is the people who were willing to pay for a navy second to none died. The people who wanted to shout Moutra having a navy second to none, but they weren't going to pay for a navy second to none, were the ones alive to agree the treaty. Hi, Danny. County class, it was, I don't think I seem to remember it's additional, but the 1-inch armor belt is, I think, not so much a belt on the county class. Does anyone know what just went off? That's all gone, yeah. Why did a bangers go off? I have no idea why I just heard a shot. Anyway. They had 1-inch armor closing the bulkheads. And they had a 1-inch belt over some machinery spaces on the lower deck and steering gear. Plus they had some stuff on the citadels and some on the inches. But basically what happens is they have a lot of spaces. The 4.5-inch main belt is added in from 1935 onwards, and it goes into Berwick, Cumberland, Suffolk, Kent and Cornwall, which is why the loss of Cornwall is really annoying. London also gets it. And I think so do some of the Norfolks. But yeah, it's fun. It's a whole different thing. It was the gun noise which goes off when I'm Twitch streaming to say someone's become a member or something. And I'm not sure why it went off on YouTube. Because I don't think Twitch is active. No, Twitch is not active anywhere. Steam is not even active. Came from my computer. That's when I started giving people shooting lessons again. There's always that as an option. That is always an option. Always an option. How does the placement of jet engines affect a fighter's performance? Say the low to mid fuselage placement of F4 versus the above of the F-107. It depends on what... honestly, it depends on a lot of airflow things. For me to answer that one, I need graphs and a whole presentation slide. I can do that, because I've done that in history of aero engineering, but yeah, that's a whole presentation. Blackmass, would have it been possible to build the CVA carriers with a combined diesel gas propulsion like the column frigates? Probably. Blackmass, Admiral Henderson gets all Norman Freeman's books when he is third Sea Lord. What does he change? I'm fairly sure the King George V gets 16-inch guns. Because remember, he's going to get all of Norman Froome's books, including responsive what the other people can get. I'm fairly certain the Illustrious class and the Queen Elizabeth class get deck edge lifts. Fairly certain the 4.5-inch gun program gets sped up and the tribals get installed from the beginning. So those are going to be some of the big ticket items. He might well argue he's been proved right about the Didos and insist they're built on a slightly bigger hull than the Aerofuser design. So you could start them on the Leander class. And that actually might be a better place for them to go. It certainly would help stability issues. It's not that much more. Aerofuser to Leander class. The Aerofusers are 154 meters by 16 meters in beam, and the Leanders are 169.1 meters by 17.1 meters in beam, and both are capable of 32.5 knots. The Leanders would have 72,000 shaft horsepower. The Aerofusers 64,000 shaft horsepower. You know, the Didos as built are 2 meters longer than the Aerofusers, but if you've gone with a Leander style hull, they'd have been a lot longer. They'd have been 2 meters beamier, and they'd have had more power and could probably have dealt with their guns slightly better. So yeah, and I know I'm not. The people have even commented this to me on the channel a few times, and I've gone, yeah, that would have worked. So basically, if the Leander class had been the basis for the Didos rather than the Aerofusers, a lot of the problems could have been fixed. Brennan, read Book Hunt. When people look at me funny for not imbibing intoxicants, this is the type of thing I reference when I say I make interesting enough decisions sober. I've actually had to explain to a fair number of people in the past that the Iron Brew I drink is sort of soft drink, and I am. This is me sober and normal. The only drugs I'm currently on are which I get because despite the fact I don't have IBS, I had, how do I put this? Enough issues in my life that I get to go for that instead of having to drown myself in the lovely Imodium. So many things will get fixed. Let's be honest, there will never be the issues of the Hunt class, because he'd see those coming. He'd see all sorts. Basically, Brown's books would be just going, and Henderson was right, and Henderson was right again, and right again, and right again. The Illustrious class would probably get changed around. He would know all sorts of things get done. Oh, good lord. If he got fighters over the fleet, there might be a British Wildcat built. I mean, literally, there's all sorts of ideas he could get. What if shells had been invented in time for both sides to use them in the Battle of Trafalgar? Carnage. That's just the answer. They're carnage. Literal carnage. You would be increasing the order of the number of deaths by a severe magnitude. British in the initial phase, they're approaching. French, the moment the British got to board, managed to sort of bear. And remember, the British gunnery is a lot better than the French gunnery because they get to practice at sea a lot more often. But the French gunnery is bad. The British gunnery would have... No, as you all know, I have issues occasionally caused by things in that direction. Yeah. Oh, I love my family. Right, so what is the likelihood that the term heavy cruiser would have become about anyway, even with the treaty system, because the Iron wanted a weight of 9.2-inch cruisers it would have been built? I think, honestly, the phrase would have continued to have been armoured cruiser. I think they'd have differentiated it by light and armoured cruisers, not heavy cruiser. Because heavy just sounds so boring, and it's not. A heavy sounds like it's a technical, diplomatic, political term, not a naval term. I think they go with armoured cruisers. So, for the Falklands War, you can bring back a single ship from British history to change the war, but it will always be the first ship of the name. The ships are from the past and do not longer first ship of the name. What ship do you choose for the Falklands War? And I have to pick the first of that name. This is actually quite a problematic one to figure out, because I'm trying to have to get them through what names were only used, what were they used for. Something that would be useful in the Falklands War. Okay. I'm going to go with HMS Queen Elizabeth. Go with a battleship with 50-inch guns. I was thinking about all the rest, the other options, and Queen Elizabeth just makes sense. Illustrious as a name has been around for a long time, so that would be a third rate. So the aircraft carriers are pretty much out of it. Basically, any name the Royal Navy gives to a major ship is usually a name which they have used a lot. If we consider HMS Ocean was a 90-ship gunship of the line, HMS Colossus was a Courageous class third-rate ship of the line. Indomitable was the first battlecruiser in the world to be launched. So yeah, I'm going to go with HMS Queen Elizabeth because that's the most modern ship I can get, which is its first of its name. No, HMS Victorious was not the first of the name. The first HMS Victorious was 74-gun third-rate ship line. Sean Mack. Well, it has to be one from the past, so it's got to be Queen Elizabeth battleship. Renan, would it have been possible to have the naval treaties negotiated in Tokyo instead of Washington and London? Nope. Japan just didn't have the political acumen to pull the political, well, not the acumen, the political capital to pull that in and pull that off. That's 831. Would it be not be accurate to describe the IJ and IS-26 torpedoes sank US as a junior as a gold beaver shot? Yes. It will be. Quick cliff notes on what HMS Frobisher got up to in World War II. Training convoy escort. Hey, by gum. Frobisher, F-class destroyer, wasn't she? Ah, yeah, she was being used as a heavy cruiser and escort ship in 1942, training ship from 1932, and training ship again in 1945. Basically, they rebuilt Frobisher and Hawkins along the lines of Effingham. But whereas Effingham was rebuilt with... I don't think she had retained her original armament, did she? No, she changed to 6-inch guns. Yeah, she ended up with 9 6-inch guns in various positions all over her hull. It was a really interesting thing. Frobisher and Hawkins kept their 7.5-inch guns. And... yeah, but I think they did give them radar. I think they gave them some anti-aircraft guns. I think they gave them some depth charge as well, and hydrophones. Frobisher was an escort vessel for the Eastern Fleet in the Indian Ocean. Taking over the tow of Le Triomphant in December 1943, after she'd been damaged in a typhoon. She took part in Operation Neptune, and she was part of Gunfire Bombardment Support Force D, initially supporting Sword Beach. She was attacked by G-70 Drakel torpedoes fired from Schnellbutts in the Baie de la Seine in August of 1944. And then she's reconverted to a training ship while she's being repaired. There's a really cool picture of her with her in the background with HMS Roberts firing. I'm going to see if I can get that picture. It's a massive picture if you haven't guessed. It really is a big picture. But it's a cool one, so I'm finding it, but it's just taking effort. There we go. So you can see HMS Roberts is firing away on D-Day, and there is Frobisher in the background going, hello! I'm also here, firing my 7.5 inch. What is the lowest caliber that a battery of 8 World War II ship guns can easily destroy a 1500s galleon? Lowest caliber? Well, a 40mm would probably shred it. So if you want an octuple pom-pom, if you've got an octuple pom-pom, you can probably shred a 1500s galleon. But more likely, you'd probably want something to get it over and done with in a couple of shots, rather than the time it take to shred with 40mm pom-pom rounds. So, probably go for a 4-inch gun. Why does Wiki have the county as a plan class of 16? They don't, do they? Oh, well, I suppose because they're going with the announced ones. Because they were sort of a plan class of 16, I suppose. But honestly, originally, when they sort of consider it the Norfolks and the Surreys, etc., there's a lot more which were planned. And there's ones which were planned, and the ones which were actually ordered, and then the ones which were built. They're all differences. So, the Australian Navy got the Shropshire. Swap Shropshire for your modernised Tiger. I presume you're talking about the Tiger, which gets 14-inch guns in some sort of world where it survives long enough that you go, well, we're building twin gun turrets for the the King George V. We'll just build some extra ones and stick them on Tiger. How do they use that? Probably as they use Shropshire as a rather large convoy escort. Well, a rather large task force escort and sort of flagship scenario. Nice one. How is the London Treaty affected if the Narayan has 40 county class cruisers? Because remember that before the London Treaty, they're not called heavy cruisers; they're just cruisers. They're large light cruisers, and 20 Leander class with 10 older cruisers. They won't have 10 older cruisers. They'll have other ones as well, because this is the Royal Navy. So they probably have CDs and E's. Cumulatively, they probably still have about 20 to 30 of them somewhere. They wouldn't have got rid of them because if they've built 40 cruisers, they're justifying a large number of cruisers. So the thing is, you are not going to get those 40 cruisers to replace the CDs and E's. So you need them in addition to the CDs and E's. That's the only way you're going to get it through politically in the UK. If you've also got 20 Leander class, so you've got roughly 90 cruisers. Now, 90 cruisers for the Royal Navy is not the stretch or need. Remember, their bare minimum requirement was 70. So 90 cruisers means that someone's been listening, looking at the risk, and they've been building it. I think at that point, then, probably what happens is that the British aren't going to sell off their cruisers. So the Americans at that point are going to have to do a treaty agreement whereby you get 400,000 tons worth of 8-inch cruiser and 500,000 tons worth of light cruiser. Probably. That's probably the agreement you're going to have to go through. Or maybe the Americans and the Brits come with sort of agreement of you get 450,000 tons of heavy cruiser, but the Brits take 400,000 tons of it, and you get 450,000 tons of light cruiser, but the Brits take 500,000 tons of it. I'm not sure how they work it out, but that will be the stance of what will probably work through. The thing is, the London Treaty, none of the treaties calls them to get rid of new ships they want to keep. At no point. If you consider, to make everyone's life easier, frankly, Hood should have been disappeared by the first Washington Treaty. And the Americans very quickly understood that any attempts to get rid of Hood would just lead to the British walking out. And there was nothing they could do about that. They could threaten all they like, but the British weren't going to stand for it. And the thing is, they didn't have enough of a threat to make it. They had, not after World War One, they didn't have enough of a threat. And people talk about the debts and all those things after the end of World War One. Honestly, after the end of World War One, it's not that massive. It's mostly being dealt with. It's after the effects of the global recession, that is the Great Depression, and the Second World War, and the Suez Crisis, and some very, very bad governments in terms of their economic policy, that Britain's really becomes what's called the sick country of Europe. Poor man of Europe, or sick man of Europe, depending on the phraseology you're using. That's what you're looking at. What if the Hawkins class had been built with 9.2-inch guns, but in an Admiral class arrangement? What tonnage would they be, and how would this impact the Russian air treaty? If the Hawkins class had been built with, well, let's go with them having 8, yeah, and you can sort of justify that. It's sort of 8 in a sort of Admiral class arrangement. They have 7 7.5-inch guns. So if you're building them with 8 9.2-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, you've got to be looking at something in the region of 12,000 tons. Because they're nearly 10,000, they're 10,000 tons in standard, roughly, already. So they'd be looking at 12,000 tons in standard, and probably 14.5 to 15,000 tons deep load. Especially if they're built to 31 to 32 knot ships. Which they would be. And how that impact the Washington Naval Treaty? Well, that would have to become the basis of the treaty cruisers. So, cruisers' limitations would be, 12,000 or whatever, 1,000 tons. If they are they'd be 12,500 tons in standard. So, I suppose you could have the treaty limit being 13,000 ton ships or below in standard. But yeah, that would basically raise the bar for the ships below, which are the other ships, raising the bar for those carriers which are not going to be measured under. Any ship under this weight is not considered in the carrier category or the battleship category. So anything you have raising that up is sort of king of it. It's what was so interesting, and what I didn't get into my own scenario really was, which I was discussing the other day. Because if you raise that tonnage limitation, and you have to raise that tonnage limitation to at least 12,000 tons, but you can arguably raise it higher. You get that up high enough, then a lot of vessels cease to be part of the equation. For example, HMS Hermes is 11,000 tons in standard. If your other ship category includes any ships which are less than 12,000 tons, that means Hermes is automatically not there. And if we go with other British aircraft carriers which wouldn't be in there, Well, Argus is 15,000 tons. In standard load. But she's experimental, and British would soon get rid of her. Hermes is 11,000 tons in standard. Eagle's heavy. But pretty much you can work through, and there's lots of other carriers, there's Langley, etc., which could, very quickly, would not be counted. They just wouldn't be. So you'd have carriers, you'd have lots of cruisers, and you add that tonnage onto your ship. Go to your favourite cruiser design and work out what you do with an extra couple of thousand tons. Nice to go from. If the LCS had actually worked, would the USA build a follow-on instead of the Constellation class frigates? They'd have probably kept building LCS. Because remember, they were contracted to give a much longer ones. Robert Dennett, could you please give a brief explanation as how it's going to be? I'm confused why the US went from having the slowest battle line to the fastest battleship ever. I'm just wondering, since it seems like the 10,000 tons over the treaty battleship was just the large speed increase. Pretty much it was. What you're looking at when you're talking about the Iowas, realistically, is you're talking about the American desire to have their scouting force, their reconnaissance force that can find the enemy. Because there is no point having a massive, overwhelming sledgehammer if you don't have the shaft to point it where to go. You know, if I move things out the way so I can get 4-5 out. Alright, 4-5. Let's borrow you for a second. So, this is 4-5, as some of you watch my channel know. It's a sledgehammer. I keep it out here to stop other people using it, because they can damage things with it. Now, this bit is the business end, which will crush you. That's great. That's the really useful bit. But it's this bit which allows me to aim it and swing it. So think of the American battle line as this bit. It's massive, it's powerful, but you need to be able to swing it, and that means you need to know where you need to swing it, which means you need to find your enemy, which means you need ships which are big enough to fast enough to find the enemy, and big enough to get the guarantee getting the information back to you, so you know where to go. This is what the Lexington class battlecruisers were originally being built for. And then the Lexington-class aircraft carriers take over that role to an extent, and the Americans do like their carriers. But the trouble is, you then need something which can keep up your carrier group and make sure they're safe. Because if they're going forward into dangerous areas to find the enemy, there is a chance that they will stumble into the enemy in bad weather, and then it will be very painful for them. So they need something with them to protect them. So again, I point you back to 4-5 and her shaft. This lovely shaft is not made of just one material. It's got different materials in it to make it grip and easier and stronger, and also protect my hands and it. So think of the shaft as a combination, when you talk about the American battle line, of your Lexington carriers and your Iowa. Honestly, they're battleships, not battle cruisers. Fast battleships. There to sort of swing it. So that's the Iowas, and that's where they come about. That's why the speed matters so much when you're building them. How that explains. So, Clarke, so under that raising of the cruiser tonnage, does a modified Ryujo work? The question is, Steve, will the Japanese still try to push it so far with the Ryujo that it will be over top heavy? Because if you just say, well, we have the extra weight, so we're fine, and they design it properly within the extra weight, they'll be fine, and they'll have a good ship. If they take the extra weight and think, well, hang on, now we can make an even bigger design, you answer your own question. Rebuild Trump's Yosekani drone hunt. If that was a Type 45, sending up a Wildcat with a full load of marine martlets, Potentially. Blackness, what if the Washington Treaty was 16-inch limit, 45,000-ton battleships, 37-ton, 18,000-ton ships, and under with 10 inches maximum caliber, 10-10-744? My answer is go and look at the Ecuador Treaty series, because that's pretty much what we talked about. Well, I talked about for several videos to go through. So it's far easier to just go Ecuador Treaty series. If the British were building 40 Cannon class, what would they have want to do with the four Hawkins and 28 C class? Some of the older C class would certainly go. The younger C class, etc., and 4 Hawkins would probably be doing their role on various stations. Let's be honest, the British have need lots of cruisers. You know, the British aren't just present in the Atlantic, they aren't just in the Mediterranean, they need a constant presence in the Mediterranean, the North Atlantic, the South Atlantic. Well, if you consider North Atlantic, South Atlantic, that's about 8 cruisers on presence missions alone. Then you need at least another 8 probably in the Mediterranean wandering around, because that's a major fleet. And, oh yeah, the home fleet also exists, so that needs another 8. So that's 24 of your cruisers already used. Then you need about 8 in the Indian Ocean and 8 in the Far East. Oh, and you have to remember Australia's included in your numbers, so you need about another 8 with them. And you need some still wandering around the lovely people of New Zealand, so that's another 4. So that's another 28 onto 32. So I think I'm already up to 60. Add in any other special duties you've got going on in the world. Add in any other positions. So you also need some in the Caribbean. Okay, so that's another 4. So that's 64 definitely. And then you've got that's what you've got to have available. You've also got to deal with the fact that you're going to have some of those in maintenance and some of them in training and some in reserve for wartime surge capacity. So yeah, you can deal with having 90 cruisers very quickly. Right, put 4 or 5 away. The amount of people seem surprised to find that I have tools in my office when I've been building this place and building all the things around it for the last 3 years. I still have the boxes. It's a good job I still do have the boxes. Oh, hello. Wrote that. What would a 1945 brand new battlecruiser design look like based on the definition of battlecruiser? Have fun with this question. What would it look like? What would it look like? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. What would it look like? Honestly, HMS Vanguard isn't far off. But if I was designing it from scratch, it would probably have 12 16-inch guns at least. Because especially if I got the 16-inch guns working. There is actually part of which wonders if the reason why they were taking so long with the lines is they were trying to design them up to 16.5-inch rather than leaving it 16-inch. In 4 triple turrets. So I'd be aiming for 36 knots. I'd be aiming for 12 16-inch guns at least. So it would need to be long. It would need to be well armoured for a battle cruiser. I would probably want over the machinery spaces and... Well, I'd want an armoured deck over the machinery spaces, over a lower armoured deck over the machinery space and magazines of at least 6 inches thick. And I'd want an upper armoured deck, probably about the same. I'd want an armoured belt somewhere in the region of 15 inches, I'd think, probably. Maybe 14, 15 inches. Similar to King George V's. Probably not covering as much area, but definitely sort of covering the space that needs to be covered. And so the thick deck, sort of the two armoured decks would be there to sort of resist aerial attack. 4.5 inch or 5.25. Probably go with 4.5 inch because I could mount it deck mounted by that point. Because I've pretty much got design sorted out. So I could do that. And yeah. It would have been a very interesting and capable vessel. Now, what was the British equivalent disaster of the literal combat ship when they were a major power? Well, I'm not sure I'd call the literal combat ship a complete disaster. Because they actually do float. It's not a disaster, it's just a terrible, terrible design by committee. And that's sort of things like sacrificial anodes being forgotten and all that stuff is just absurd. But leaving that to one side, the British had lots of issues with their little ships in the 1890s. Lots of issues. And it's often forgotten how many sagas they had going on, because we tend to concentrate on the larger ships. But when I did the 19th century cruiser series, as you see, there were lots of problems with them. And there were iterations on them, and they were lucky they had a couple of good designs in there which basically saved them. It was the Orlando class which basically saved British cruisers. At what point could have the VLS been viable earlier? Probably not much earlier than it was. You need a lot of technologies. A lot of convergent engineering took place, but you needed a lot of technologies developed to get the VLS to work. A lot of technologies, including a lot of very sophisticated flight control systems for the missiles. So it's not just about having the box, it's about all the systems that go into the box. Since 2000 AD. How many naval battles? Not many. But it does depend on your definition of battle. Do you consider the piracy exchanges battles in that sort of going on between warships and pirates? They would have been certainly considered battles between warships and pirates in the 18th century, but in modern terminologies, the pirates are often completely outgunned and outfought. So, is it really a battle? That's sort of some of the trouble you've got to deal with. Since 2000, a lot of the actions have been police actions. Or grey battles. I think if you move, whoever buys a brew shack, the house will turn the brew shack into a shed. Probably. Or they'll turn it into a home office. Because let's be honest, someone might buy it wanting it to be an office. But either way, as sad as I will be to see it go, because I have spent a lot of time out here and done a lot of work out here, and I enjoyed it, and I will take lots of pictures, because this has been a big part of my life for the last few years. There has rarely been a day, other than when I've been travelling, that I have not been in here for at least a couple of hours. And some days I have been in here for 20 plus hours, working and getting stuff done. So it's been a very big part of my life for a few years. So I will miss it, but life carries on. I'll make a new hidey hole to work in. Ramadan, were any of the major navies actually planning for a proper new battlecruiser during the World War II era? Basically, they're all getting... It's the fast battleships which are the equivalent of the battlecruisers. Vanguard is... There's a reason Vanguard is the shape she is. Honestly, the Vanguards are the battlecruiser equivalents of what the Royal Navy's planning on building. And then you have the King George V's are many ways the replacement for the R-class. And the Lions are the replacement for the Queens. In terms of their ideas of them. Although, honestly, I don't think the RN replaces the Queen Elizabeth's, and probably not a modernized Hood and Renown until the class which succeeds the Lion starts to enter service. And that's even if they've kept building Vanguards alongside the King George V's and Lions, because they could have conceivably built 4 or 5 King George V's, 4 or 5 Lions. Vanguards, I mean, whilst they're building the 5 King George V's and the 5 Lions. So, well, 6 Lions, yeah, 6 Lions. They could have easily done that, because remember, they were wanting to build up extra capital ships. Why? Because they needed to have free fleets. This is what people often forget when they're talking about the Royal Navy, and people go, oh, the Royal Navy would never have been building up to 23 capital ships, etc. No, it just doesn't make sense. They don't know. No, they have the necessity. They need the free fleets because they need to be in 3 different places in the world with a fleet-sized force. And a fleet-sized force has a full battle squadron in it, which means 8 capital ships. That's the British train of thought. That's also what they need for their aircraft carriers, though. You know, they need their fleet. They need a squadron of aircraft carriers for each of those fleets. They need this, that. It all adds up. It all adds up very quickly. Now, good. So, based on your experience in Brushak, what improvements would you go build in a Brushak 2? Bigger. I worked this out, and it is enough space. But it isn't enough space once things start to grow. I need more depth this way, especially, so I have more space between these two desk areas, and I could do with more length in terms of being able to better utilize that wall space and that wall space. Because if I had enough space, I could have turned this into wraparound shelving which went along this wall as well. So I could have books entirely wraparound. Norway trip will be next June. It's going to be announced once we sort out all the things that are coming to people as thank yous for the support for the Australia trip, which is all sort of in process and coming through. We've had fun. Basically, it's the classic thing is we set up processes for how things need to be done and checked, which makes sense and are way to account for spending, etc., which all makes sense and are sensible. But the thing is, then following our own processes requires we all have to be talking. Sometimes, and sometimes coordinating that has proved very difficult recently because of, well, my family issues. The others have all been having stuff. It's basically been a mild nightmare to organise. Favourite barbecue meat? Probably ribs. Both beef and pork ribs. I do very, very nicely on the barbecue. Even if I do say so myself, but I do them nicely. I have windows there and there. So I have a window behind the screen. Let me see if I can turn on... So... I have a window there, and there's a window in the door, and there's another window behind the curtain. And I have these lovely paintings, which are given to me by my Drac, which dangle there. I have lights. I have lots and lots of books up in there, which you can sort of see once it sort of lights out. And, you know, I have all the things I need. Oh, for the RN to get the treaty limits of the 10,000 8-inch gun limit range, they just needed to have been building something better than the Hawkins class. Because it was all based on what was the Hawkins class, and that was limitations. If the RN named the ship that was used in World War II after Francis Drake's ship Golden Hind, what class would it be part of? Interesting enough, they did have something named HMS Golden Hind. It was a Royal Navy barracks at Warwick Farm Racecourse, Liverpool, Sydney. It was the Royal Navy's accounting base and headquarters for the British Pacific Fleet. Now, in terms of ships, if they named something a ship after it, probably would have had to be an aircraft carrier to actually been built, considering the status and name of Golden Hind, etc. But as it was an accounting base. Oh, no. What do you think on how the tech tree is handled in the UAD? I'd like a little bit more control, but, you know, not much more is needed, but a little bit more control would be helpful. So, books. Oh, let's start. Let's get them over here for starters. What-a-da-dee. Now, let's copy and paste from set up that. That is what I'll start off with. Yeah. Ooh. Right then, let's see. Now, if I have programmed things correctly, and it's always a case of have I programmed it correctly, From chat. So, right way around, right way. Ah, that's what it... Sorry, I put 4-5 back down, and I didn't realise that I'd completely moved something around. So hopefully that's better. And hopefully that now works. Wrong one. Right one. It's now working. My glass needs to... I need to clean my glass, don't I? That looks incredibly dirty in that light. So, that's a day's worth of iron brew on it. We have got Naval Aviator. It's a cool book. It really is. It's a nice thing. And... what can I say about it? These books were sent to me, in full disclosure, by Pen and Sword. I don't get paid to review them, I do get the books for free. Which is always nice of them. Okay? But the rule is that if I don't like a book, I just don't review it. Because, as you know, my channel, I've always decided the policy that I have quite a powerful tool at my disposal in social media, being able to do a video and respond quite so quickly, whereas most of my colleagues are limited to the written word and publication. It's a nice, good book, this. So if it's up here, it's going to be no surprise I'm going to be saying something nice about it. It is nice to read, it's well laid out, it's an interesting description, and honestly, it's a part of history you don't often hear about, because as a rule, we often hear far more about the pilots who fly planes and fixed-wing aircraft and are really cool and doing all this, that, and the other. Well, yeah, this isn't one of those. If I give you an example, and as you can see, the script is not that bad. The month I had between completing my medical and grading, I had filled by taking my dad on holiday to Spain in my Triumph Spitfire, and then learning how to fly a hang glider in Wales. All this while there was a war raging in the South Atlantic. How could the Navy cope without me? I had asked my appointer. He had laughed. Great. In fairness, I was between roles. I was no longer a navigating officer, or so I thought, but a trainee helicopter pilot, who couldn't yet fly one, so quite useless, really. It was good to have a few days away with Dad, but on arrival in Spain, my car's fabric roof was vandalised and slashed to ribbons. The drive south took us through mountains and heavy snow. My poor Dad nearly froze to death before we finally reached the sunnier south coast. Once safely home, and with my roof fixed, I was off to Sennybridge, an army training camp to learn how to hang glide. This involves strapping onto a large triangular kite and running off the top of a hill. If I got it right, I'd float gently above the descending slope. The idea was to land deftly on my running feet. Instead, I usually managed to find a barbed wire fence, an outcome made more likely by the large number of beers we all seemed to consume each evening. At the time, the Sennybridge was a training camp training up the Gurkhas, 1st Battalion, 7th Duke of Edinburgh's own Gurkha Rifles. A few days later would be southward bound on the Queen Elizabeth II. As we hung suspended in one of the open training sheds on a hang glider simulator, I will never forget the look of incredulity on their faces. With my hang glider license achieved, it was time to turn my attention to powered airplanes, and I confess I was extremely anxious about the next 3 weeks. Fail, grading, flunk out, and I would have squandered the last 3 years doing something I had really come to dislike. However, unlike my fellow students, I could already fly the Chipmunk. When I was 16 and a member of my school CCF, I had applied to both the Royal Air Force and Royal Navy for a flying scholarship. If successful, this would provide me 30 hours of flying at a nominated civilian flying school. Those applicants that passed the sift of their completed forms were invited to attend the Aircrew Selection Centre at RAF Biggin Hill, a place I would revisit on a number of occasions. We had to undertake the full set of aptitudes tests required of an applicant for flying duties. It's a good book. It's got lots of interesting sections in it. I haven't read out its best sections. I wrote out a section which I found an interesting description because, for me, it just sort of typifies quite a lot of the attitude of quite a lot of naval officers at the time who weren't able to go south in the Falklands War. They couldn't understand why they weren't going south. So, good book. Really interesting read. Save the ship camouflage question for when we get to the ship camouflage books, and there are those coming. So Black Magus and Stows are coming. Magnus, what if instead of a tonnage limit as a whole, the naval treaties only limited it per ship and by number of ships? The thing is, that's effectively a cumulative limit anyway. But also that means everyone will automatically build up to the maximum for every single ship. Because if you're allowed 35,000 tons and you're allowed 15 35,000 ton ships, and you've not got a cumulative limit, you've got no incentive to build a smaller ship to try and get more. And so that produces ships which don't necessarily fit your requirement brief. For the British, that's a real problem, because as I said, they use the cumulative tonnage to build up to the cumulative limit, not the individual ship limit, because they need more ships than they can get under that limit if they go for the full load. Why? Because they need to be in more places. If you write a naval book, history book, you might get a review. Won't guarantee you'll get a review. Because I said, if I don't like it, or I don't think it's a good question. There are books I like, which I also don't think, well, I'm not doing that, because that's just not a good topic. Or it's a good, well-written book about it, but it's not a well-researched book. So I like reading it, but I go, there are no references here. There is no source. Where's this information coming from? What's this information about? Da 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 da. At which point I tend to turn around and go, can't use this book then, can I? So I won't recommend it. Right then. Let's make sure I've got an accurate link for this. going to add that in front. It would be really nice to produce a shorter link than that. And I've got to add some books into that list, don't I? Yes, I do. Well, I've got that all set up now, and save that. Oh, hey, caramba. Yeah, in the Canadian Power Alt History, USA buys 28 Independence class and Freedom class literal combat ships each. What has gone wrong? Probably they were working in that situation, and the person writing the old history presumed they would work. What do I think on the North Korean Navy? Honestly, I try to avoid thinking about North Korea much if I can avoid it. There's so much illogical stuff going on there. It makes my head hurt. Their navy would need a lot of work. But one of the things I find most interesting is they keep reheating the same SSK design over and over again, and it doesn't get any better, even when they add stuff in. Hear that? He wants lots of footnotes, endnotes, and text reference. Yes, I do like those. You know, if you've read my book, you will notice that there are quite a copious amount of endnotes. Right then. Next book. It's the Clydebank Battlecruisers. Look at that, by Ian Johnston. That is a cool book. Look. The pictures are just amazing. You want to see good-looking ships? These are good-looking ships. Really good-looking ships. That's, of course, Repulse in her original form. Oh, look at her. Look at some of these pictures. Oh, look at that one. Oh, that's just gorgeous. That is just gorgeous. I'd like a scaled up picture. I'd like that picture scaled up and to cover an entire wall of it. If you walked into a place, and I want to just put this in this mind, okay? So we get a new next sort of the family we're planning on looking for a property where I have an annex. So I have basically a flat within that, a separate sort of flat sort of scenario going on, but I'm still close by and can help out. If I covered an entire wall with that image, that would look cool, not slightly weird, wouldn't it? That would look cool. We all agree that would look cool. Should probably start that. If I start that, the trouble is, if I start as a poll, I have to end the Q&A, and I'm not going to end the Q&A. So, you know. There is writing in here. There is actual text. There is actual information. But honestly, if you can actually digest the words as well as all the pictures, then it's probably on your 5th or 6th reading. Because even these look absolutely gorgeous in it. I mean, they do. What a love. as it even has a section on the G3s. It's an absolutely gorgeous book, and I cannot... Seriously, the more it's a debate between some of these pictures of Repulse, and don't get me started on the pictures of Renown. If I get to the pictures of Renown, then frankly, there is no guarantee I'm actually going to be in a sensible state to discuss things. But Tiger is just... Oh, she's just gorgeous. She is just gorgeous. It's just beautiful. They are beautiful ships. They are beautiful pictures. Yeah, it's an excellent book. I should really read something from you so it's balanced with the other book, but this book is not... If I turn this a bit. This book is not really... As said, it is... There's just so much picture. There's so many pictures here. It is pictures, pictures, pictures. It's got good words in it. It's got good writing in, trust me, but it's the pictures you want. It's the pictures you will spend hours poring over because of the detail. You will literally spend days. Please note, and if you send this video to family members with recommendations, okay, so if the person you love in your life who likes naval history tends to be the kind who can deal with the rest of humanity for a certain amount of time and then needs something to distract them on Christmas Day for a few hours, so they take a break from dealing with everyone and they can just bury themselves in a book and hide away, and then they come back being their normal, happy human self. But they just need that time away to impose themselves, to to collect themselves and gather themselves before they once again throw themselves into the jollity, the family, the happiness that is Christmas. Because all of us have our own peccadillos. I know myself. I love spending time with my family. I really do. I have a great fun with them on the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. And on the 27th, I like to send them off out to the shops, and I spend the day with the dogs. It's brilliant. They go out doing their, they're going to all the stores and doing all the dives into the various sales and all those things, and they have a wonderful time, right? I'm told they have a wonderful time. And I have a day with dogs and books, and that's just wonderful for me. But some people, everyone's different. This book, the pictures in this will keep them amused for hours and give them a big smile. A really big smile. I mean, literally, that picture alone will keep them busy for at least a good 45 minutes. All the different things going on in that image, it's just going to keep them busy for ages. Okay? Clydebank Battlecruisers. So, most people are going, yes, it would be appropriate. I was going to get it professionally turned into a big piece of into wallpaper that I put up on the wall and get done properly. Yeah, HMS Duncan, that's a good one to have. If Churchill had not delayed the capital shipbuilding, what kind of timeline would we be looking at for the ships being launched? Probably as originally planned. So you probably have some in... you probably have that pace continued, because honestly the Royal Navy, the British shipyards could have kept that pace going up. So you probably have had the aircraft carriers mostly being launched and assembled in 1940-41. You'd probably have had the Lions commencing their construction as on schedule in 1940, so they could well have been in service by 1942. That's the sort of timeline you could think of. Robert then, I really love those photos, but why build second rates if first rates are just better and only cost a bit more? Wouldn't they run into the same problems as fourth as third rates? Not really. Because the trouble is with first rates is they don't cost a bit more. Consider it like that in terms of scale. So actually a first rate costs a lot more, and a first rate is far more difficult to build. There's less dockyards and less facilities which can maintain a first rate. So if you just need a ship which has got 3 decks for a position out in the Far East, let's say as a flagship, or you just need a ship which has 3 decks to deal with some of the enemy vessels in the battle line, or you're just basically, you've got your own yards and you only have so much space in them to build first rates, you build a second rate. Honestly, the difference between that first rate and a second rate is mostly over how much resources you've got available at the time, whether you can churn out the first rate or the second rate, whether you have the yard suitable for it. HMS Victory is quite famous because as a first rate, she's built in a dock, and she was actually too fat to go out the dock. And one of the carpenters notices this, and the night before she's launched, he gets a crew together and they cut down the dock gates, so they actually take wood off the gates so she can fit through. Doesn't get thanked by the dockyard overhead, gets a lot of thanks from various admirals. And your first rates tend to be better sailors and tend to be better, more powerful, better ships. First rates are first rates. But the difference is between both of them, you're basically your 2 types of 3-decker ship. And 3-decker is complicated, but it's useful to have in certain circumstances. And because you're building both in roughly similar numbers, it's often the case of whichever's available is what you go with. Hello, Richards. What would the British do differently if they were designing littoral combat ships for the Americans? The British did do a littoral combat ship. Or rather what they called the Global Combat Ship. It's a Type 26 family. And a Type 31s. So probably the Type 26, Type 31s, Type 32 sort of scenario. So the British would have gone, do you want an ASW frigate or a general purpose frigate? The Americans would probably gone, general purpose frigate. Here, have Type 31, that's the design. You bought off the Danish. I know, but it works. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Richards, I would like a Fred Perrin street Bowie for Christmas to replace the one lost. Thank you, Doc. Right then. Ooh, that's going to be next book. So let's make sure I have all the details for that. Load it up. And we want Now, I would say what's happened with mine, I'm fairly certain, is that it's been folded in the wrong place. So I'm going to admit that. Before I start this, I'm going to say, look, that's not how it's supposed to look. I'm fairly certain this assault craft is supposed to be back a bit further and all that. I'm sure that's just an error, but they do, in the nicest way, this is the thing, you get these things with copies sent out to people like me to review. We are getting them for free, we don't necessarily get the best version. So, if you don't mind that and you understand that, you can find the cover still looks very nice. It's just it's not lined up properly. So I'm just telling you, yeah. Now, this is a very cool book. It really is a very cool book, and really is worth having. I'm going to put that down for timing as 02. That makes sense. And so, this is the book. The Italian Assault Craft. Okay? It's a good book. It's by Amino Bagnasco. And again, it's another one of those books you can get lost in for hours. Very happily lost in for hours. There are entire videos which I could, which I can make from the content in here, and I will shamelessly mine and make for the content for videos. And I'll of course reference a book while doing so in true academic fashion. But it is really something to read. It is really quite cool. It starts off with the Grillo jumping boats, which, you know, these are really good pictures of them. It is nice, thick paper. That is something worthwhile considering. And this, so you've got a target of their actual picture of their actual target, the Virbis Unitus. You know, it's really a well laid out and well organized book. And you see, they do lots of work into showing the details and showing what they're getting up to and showing what they have worked on. And there are lots of nice designs and plans and main characteristics of the certain vessels involved, and it is really, really well put together. I've enjoyed reading it. This has been one of my favourite, preferred sections. The what's called the airborne motorboat or assault motorboat, touring motorboat, explosive motorboat, and the modified or improved touring motorboat, the MAT, MA, or MT or MTM. The Excidia explosive motorboats was born in the autumn of 1935 at the height of the Ethiopian crisis, when Italian-British relations were tense and the Royal Navy had deployed large parts of the home fleet to Mediterranean. In its embryonic form, the concept was brainchild of Air Force General Amadeo de Savoro, Duke of Aosta, who suggested it to his brother, Aemon, a senior officer of the Regia Marina. He quickly developed it and made it technically feasible with the help of two collaborators. On the 27th of November, 1935, Admiral Aemon de Savoro Aosta, Duke of Spoleto, Submitted to the Navy Ministry of Study, compiled with the assistance of Commanders Giorgio Gioris and Carlo Margottini, describing a series of light, fast, single-seater motorboats with a strong explosive charge in the bow to be launched against enemy shipping at their moorings, and transported close to enemy bases by Savio Marchetti SS-55 flying boats. The study began with a brief description of proposed operation. 6 small, light and fast single-seat motorboats, about 40 miles per hour, equipped with an explosive TNT charge of about 300 kilograms, torpedo head, are suspended beneath 6 SM-55 Atlantic flying boats between the twin hulls. On a calm night, the 6 flying boats carried the motorboats close to the naval base to attack, landing in open water at far enough from the land, some tens of miles, as to exclude the chance of enemy early discovery by the enemy watch. Once at sea, disengaging from the planes, the 6 motorboats head for the enemy base. At the mouth of the harbour, the leader heads for the boom defence at full speed. 50 to 100 metres from it, the helmsman jumps into the sea, letting the motorboat continue and explode on impact against the boom, destroying a section. The following motorboats pass through the gap, thus opened in the boom, the location of which will be shown by a light signal left on the sea by the first motorboat, together with the helmsman. In case there is another boom, the second motorboat repeats the destructive operation already carried out by the leader of the first boom. The surviving motorboats, penetrating into the harbour, head for the moored ships. Each helmsman jumps into the sea at 50 to 100 metres from his target while the motorboat goes on, exploding as a ship. Nothing prevents the operation from being performed with a greater number of motorboats, 9 and 12, also repeated after a short interval, since it's not easy to set up an unbreachable defence in a few days. Interesting thing, of course, is the extraction of these people, but they weren't suicide missions. That's the important thing. They were basically depending on the rules of war, and the legal warfare, and volunteers to do them. It's a good vessel, and it's a good book. Hello, Avis. Oh, you put a question in the general chat rather than in the Q&A. Don't worry, Stafford has pointed out. You're given the job building a modern navy. You have 20,000 tons to build your fleet. What do you do? If I'm allowed 20,000 tons only, not much. Let's see. I can get free Type 31s for that. I can get free Type 31s. Or we got 20,000 tons. There's no point having one of anything. If I get a Carif class, that's not quite as good as a Type 31, but it's better than... I can get 3 and then I have space for literally 1 Carif class or a couple of River class or something like that. Or I could get, instead of getting a River Carif, I could get all River and Type 31s. I could get all Carifs. Or, let's see. I think I get myself 10 Rasmussen class. Because I can fit all sorts of things to them because they come with Standflex. So if I get 10 Rasmussen, I can fit them out for air defense, limited air defense. I can fit them out for limited, for mine laying, mine sweeping, for all sorts of things. And if I only got 20,000 tons, I've not got a large fleet. So if I get Rasmussens, and if I get 10 of them, then I am fairly capable of modifying things, dealing with problems. The only trouble is they don't have a helicopter, whereas the Creef does. But a Creef costs 2,600 tons, so I can get a maximum of 7 of those. So do I decide 7 Creefs with 7 helicopters is better for me than 10 Rasmussens? Especially considering they're fitted. I think, honestly, I would want to go for... Rasmussen, as they're originally designed, are roughly 1,700 tons. So if I make them up to 2,000 tons, I can fit in a helicopter hangar easily. So I would go for modified Rasmussens with hangars. That's what I'd do. And I get about 10 of them. Because, honestly, they can control drone boats and all sorts of things. It's good to go. When will we get the next episode of Aircraft Carrier Survival? When me and lovely Gareth actually have time to organise it. But no, for 20,000 tons, that's what I'm going with. So Clarke, read the Italian Special Forces book. How much in depth does it go into possible raid on the New York in 1943? It goes into the technology of the systems behind it, but not really that much into more than the basics for the planning of the operation, because it's more about the technology of the systems being used. So if you want to look at the systems, it's got a lot of information in it. If you want to go into the planning and the politics and all the ideas and the things going on in the ministry, it's not the book for you. Type 26 large hull. Look. So. And the Royal Navy version is 149.9 meters long, right? The Hunter class is 151.4 meters long. They actually are slightly longer than the British one. And so the Canadians are 151.4 meters long. I think the largest scale-up design of the Type 26 was about 170 meters long. Let me check. No. No, I misspoke. It was 157 meters long. Sorry. I managed it. My brain skipped around to 170 meters for some reason. But yeah, which would actually have made it longer than the Type 45. Which is only 152.4 meters long. But you always have to remember the Type 45, the Royal Navy presented the government with 6 designs. They picked the second smallest one. So basically, the Royal Navy gave them designs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, going up in length. I think the longest was... it started off as 140 meters, 150 meters, 160 meters, 170 meters, 180 meters, and 190 meters. That's 40 and 50s, 2, 60 and 70s, 4... 80 and 90, yeah. And they went for the 150 meter one and modified that. From memory, roughly, sort of the rough sort of scenario that went on with that. Although that was all sorts of complicated things, because different architects seem to remember different things about the lengths of the ships involved, and it's amazing fun talking to different architects about that program. And the naval officers also, it depends which period they are, what the lengths are they giving for the ships, but they all agree one thing: the Type 45s are the second smallest. And with the Type 26. There is the roughly 150 meter version. There is the roughly 160 meter version, and there is the sort of roughly 140 meter version. And the British started off with the 140, and it's got up to almost being the 150. The Hunters has also got up to being over 150 meters, and they are now the same length as the Canadian Surface Combatant. But it's basically a case of, yeah, things have grown. It's fun. Life happens. This is the normal way of things. You pick one design, then you want to fit a load of stuff in it, and it changes. As for the large power plant, well, you just go through the power pack system and you go, well, hang on, what happens if I add on extra power? And that will soon tell you what happens. Because basically, let's say you add in another turbine, let's say you add in another whatever. It soon changes the systems. It is sort of Iron Brew cam, but this is the book cam, because especially with these three. Because you might sort of recognise these books and go, Alex, haven't you shown us these books before? I have. I've shown you the hardback versions because I bought all the hardback versions. I've been sent the sort of paperback versions to review. So, yeah. And I'm trying to work out how to include them into one review. And I do remember someone asked me about Warship Camouflage. So we've got now, interesting enough, when I'm searching for the specific paperback, it's not always that helpful. And it actually goes, this is volume 3. This is volume 2. I mean, that's such a bad image to have on your table, isn't it? And, picture 1. So, I'm going to make sure I list them in order. And I'm going to just I'm going to work it out into this, okay? Give me a second to sort out and check that it's all listed properly. This could take a little while to make sure it's correct. So, let's get this into position and make sure it's all... All correct. So that's that one. And that one has that. Sorry, I do have this all saved, but I've just checked it through and I found the links have been wrong today while I was live. So, literally, I'm redoing them because the links I have saved are apparently incorrect. Which is annoying as anything. But it happens. It sadly enough does happen. There you go. And that. So, Bruship cam. And what we're time-wise? Well, that's good. Alright, alrighty then. So, this is Volume 1, Warship Camouflage, and its destroyers, frigates, escorts, minesweepers, coastal warfare craft, submarines, and auxiliaries. So basically, it's all other craft. This is the categories of the London Naval Treaty. It's good. Rodanus, do you think if any of them was still alive, that someone should have bought the design team from the K-class a drink when Nautilus launched? Probably they were still alive, some were still alive, and not sure if they should have bought them a drink. Maybe maybe it would have been nice to give them a drink, but you know. As you can see, these books follow a similar pattern. They have the various ships up above, including HMS Duncan, destroyer leader, and they have some of their career stuff below, and sometimes they have them at various points in their career when they have different camouflages. So you have 2 points for Duncan here. And then you have HMS Punjabi here. You don't know why I would be focusing on her. She's, of course, a tribal class. And then we have a Sun Eskimo here with, you know, apparently one of her bows. And we have Cossack, and we have Asante, and we have Gurkha, and Sikh, and Arunta. And you might notice Asante comes in a couple of times, because Asante's there, and Asante's there. And Arunta is here and here. Some of them only turn up once, but you know, others turn up a few times. And Askaspan, the first one I think, here. And then we have Haida in one of her forms here. Iroquois, Huron, and of course Nubian. Nubian's up here. And various other ones. You know, this is really quite cool. This is something which you can enjoy looking through for hours, and I love having the hard copy books. The paperback copy books I am going to enjoy having just as much, I think. My hard copy books are just below me. If you give me a second, I will grab them out so you can compare and contrast. Oh, nice, it's just below him. I really mean just below me, on the floor. Well, they were the last time I checked. Oh, there, everyone. Where are your friends? Because you were all together. There's the hardback copy version of the battleships and aircraft carriers. Where are your friends? Because you, as said, you were all together. Are you doing this on purpose now? Are you splitting up so to give me trouble? Seriously, I swear sometimes you books are alive. You do this on purpose to me. You go wandering. Where have your brother, where have your sisters gone? This is not fair. You are supposed to be all together. I had you all stacked and organised together. So why have you gone moving around? Hey, caramba. Books! They have minds of their own. Where have they gone to? Where are they? Are they in here? Nope. Not up there. Not there. If they're down there still and they're hiding somewhere down there, they're going to really annoy me. This is what happens when you have multiple organisation patterns going on at the same time. Things get moved. Mostly by me. I will admit, mostly by me. But, you know, still, it's annoying when it happens. Hello. I'm going to need to shed a light in there. No, no. Nope, that's not that one. Not that one. Not down there either. Oh, caramba. Where have they gone? They were all stacked together. I don't know. It's probably me who's moved them. Probably me. But still. They could have moved themselves. I don't necessarily trust all my books. It's interesting, but no, not visible time. But they were here, I know, because earlier this week I was literally sitting here going through them all. At the same time, going, yeah, this one looks like this, and this one has similars to that, and this one's similar to that, and, you know, the normal things one does when one's got multiple books of the same type. And, yeah. Now they've disappeared. And that's just annoying. That's really annoying. If you're wondering if I spend a little bit too much time on my books, probably do, considering I give them I do sometimes believe they have personalities, especially the ones which disappear a lot and then reappear. But yeah, this is the difference in sort of the hardback one of Volume 2 versus the softpack edition of Volume 2. So, you know, look fairly similar. Put them up to this camera. And again, these are bigger though, because of course they are the capital ships. These are the battleships and the aircraft carriers, and it is gorgeous. HMS Nelson. Now I have to submit, I'm always quite surprised when I get to Rodney, because I swear in a certain light, some of that does look like it's Go Faster Red. That's in a sort of the 1939 to 1940 Rodney. The grey. We have this picture. 41, 40, different camouflage schemes. 42 to 3. King George V. It is gorgeous. And then we have the aircraft carriers. Ah, good old Argus. Never disappoints. Furious, even in her early World War I era days, what colour she could be. HMS Glorious. And again, not just before, you have these pictures, you have the text below, you have sometimes pictures of the aircraft on them as well. It's just, it is a wonderful collection, and it is just something you will spend hours pouring through, just looking at the detailed pictures and going, oh my, oh my, oh my. Did Type 45 hold one alternate large hull designs too? Yes. The Type 45 was, as I said, the second smallest of the 6 designs. I'm not sure about books having super personalities. After watching, I haven't watched you and Drac for now 3 years now. Yeah, ships. I wasn't superstitious, but now I'm halfway to thinking they have their own sentient. Yes, ships. Ships definitely have. You know, there's some ships which do. Cruisers. Now this is a good one to start off, because what I also like about these books is they have the actual colour charts and the front. So if you want to do some painting, and if you're doing some really detailed modelling, there you go. There's your warship paints during World War II. That's your accurate paints to match. And you've got symbols of aircraft and the various types of designs and shapes of the guns and all things. So you can go through it and you can really work through. And again, though, the cruisers, this is the one. I always think the cruisers are the real work of art, because the cruisers have almost as much space devoted to their individual designs as the battleships and cavalry ships, but they have a lot more writing in some regards. And some of them have huge sections. You know, this is HMS Sydney's section. It's a nice long stuff about it and gives you lots of details. Sydney gets lots of details. 2 full pages are for Sydney. It's just, they are just beautiful books. They really are. I cannot emphasize more how fun they are, how useful they are. And also, it's things like this, the mine layers in here, right? So you go, sort of go, oh, frigate! They have an adventure class mine layer from 1926 still sitting here. So they were building these in 1926 along with a county class. And they have a Deal class here. And they have Manxman and Welshman and Ariadne and all the other vessels going along here. And the armed merchant cruisers as well make an appearance. They give you their details where they can, and what they were up to, and what they were used for. Yeah. You can see the evolution of HMS Prince David, Prince Robert Henry, and Prince Robert, and how they evolved over time and what they were shaped like. It's just, these books are wonderful resources and really fun reads. The Many Colours of Devonshire. Okay. Hi, Jacob. Yeah, when books go wanders, it is annoying. I will find those books. They are... What is really annoying is probably, when I end the stream this evening, I will pack up my office a bit as I normally do. And probably while I'm packing up, I'll put my hand down somewhere, and I will find underneath it the books. And they will be neatly organised, and they'll be exactly where I thought they needed to be for me to grab them. And yeah, because they'll be in here. That is a good thing about having this as an office. And the annoying thing about having to go travelling for most of the month and wandering around for a month, because as I said earlier, I'm going to have to take a lot of books with me. A lot of books with me. Basically, if you might not have guessed it, but this entire pile and a large section of the front row of this shelf are going to have to go with me, and several books from up there. And that's the starting point. Listen, if World War I delays until 1918, how many of the older armoured and protected cruisers the RN will be relegated to reserve or retired if the RN is to 15 RN plus 4 Royal Australian Navy Town, 8 RFUs, 28 Cs, 12 Ds, and 8 40? Probably a lot of them. Favourite camouflage screen? Favourite camouflage. Right. So. It's actually in here, it's in the cruisers. Where are you, my pretty? Because I just think the lines just look cool. Come on, I'm not far. No, it's not far from me where I am here. Because it's in the counties. Did I go the wrong direction? I went the wrong direction, didn't I? There you go. HMS London. 1941. Sporting the B5 camouflage colour scheme. Between B5, B6 the colour scheme, actually, to be precise. I just think it looks cool. I am getting my mum and sister away. And we're basically doing a swap with someone. So, basically, that's what we're doing. So, but this is why I have now got Starlink, etc. So you'll be seeing me in a different space for most of hoping everything works, and hoping Starlink works as well as it so far has in the testing. I think the Campbelltown is in Volume 1. Because Campbelltown is was a destroyer. So Campbelltown, for the St. Nazaire raid, ex-US flush deck destroyers. Montgomery, Georgetown, Lewes, Brighton. I'm sure Campbelltown was in there because I remember looking at Campbelltown. Ship index. Let's see, Campbelltown, Campbelltown. Chameleon, Caddyshack. That's interesting. She's not in here. I'm sure she was. If I could find my hard copy, I would check, because I was sure she was in the hard copy. But I could be wrong, but I'm sure she was. Because I remember referencing it, I think, from that book. Unless I was saying it was something that was painted to look like that one. That could have been an option, or could be why I'm remembering referencing it, right? But, yeah. Where is it? Oh, you're annoying me now. You really are. Where are you? There you go. It literally was hiding in plain sight in front of me. And it wasn't far from its sister. Let's check. Destroyers built to World War I programs. We're looking for HMS Campbell. Nope. It must have been her sister in here I was referencing, not Campbelltown. So I've now found 5 out of 6 of the copies of those books I have. And the 6th one is not... I'm sure it's sheep close. You're giggling now, aren't you? Right, gotta stop talking to books. It makes me look even more insane than I normally do. But to be fair... most of my days, the things I have to talk to for quite a large chunk of it when I'm working are books and dogs. So, you know. If you're naturally a talky person, you do end up using that. And right then, so our next and final book for the evening is, of course, Windfall Battleships. Now, this is an interesting book because it's already managing to generate controversy to an extent, because I've got some friends who are naval historians who are currently going through trying to pick it apart, and they're finding various things in it. Mostly what I will say they are finding wrong in it is where I wouldn't call it wrong. I would say it's where someone has emphasized one source over another. So, for example, this book has emphasised, in one case, the writings of a captain in their report, whereas the historian who's critiquing it is going, well, no, I emphasised the reports of Denicourt. The director of naval construction. There is the option that both are right, that Dennecourt is quite right that technical sense it is perfectly fine, but the captain could be right in that in the practical sense it is not so easy, and it is something they have to run. It could be a case of it's something which would work perfectly fine with a normal crew, but with a wartime, war-raised crew, it's not as good. It's more difficult, more complicated to manage, because you don't have as many skilled people around. There are lots of reasons for why a captain might say something is difficult. And a captain can be right, and both of the sources can be right. And yes, you can say in the nature of balance, you should give both sources and let the reader draw their conclusion. But that's also going to require a lot more words to make it actually work out. I know from where I tried to do that in my own book, in Trials, Battles and Darings, which of course 2nd edition is out soon. Tomorrow, I believe, the paperback edition, the paperback edition goes on sale. It's lovely, but that is one of the more complicated scenarios to try and write when you're giving both sides, to actually write it in a way that's compelling. Whereas it's far easier to provide a narrative when you're providing one side. So you do it. Yeah, and I know at least one of those historians who've written that is probably going to be really upset with me for saying that, but that's my view. Because I've been reading through this since I got it, and I thought, actually, this is a really interesting introduction overview of these ships. Is it the be-all and end-all? No. Does it put them in context? Does it give you a really interesting discovery of Agincourt, Canada, Erin and Eagle? Yes, it does. It is really something worthwhile getting and reading and enjoying. And that is the thing. It's a very enjoyable book to read. It's got various plans in there of different levels of detail. It's got pictures in here, it's got explanations of the background, it's got the discussions of what's been going on beforehand. It is something to enjoy. It's got a decent source list. You know, I was quite happy with the archival material, I was quite happy with the bibliography, various web pages. They go to various ones on the Dreadnought project. So they use the Dreadnought Project a lot, which was, you know, that's good. Dreadnought Project is a very good source to use. It's something I recommend to students quite a lot. It's got a good sources listed out and where they've got their information from. It's got all that detail packed in there, and yet at the same time, it's a very pleasant to read work. You will follow it. You will enjoy it. It's one of those things, it's an easy read academic history. And those are very hard to write, I know, because I aim for it myself. And so Aidan Dodson has done a really good job. I keep forgetting the first name. I just call him Dodson. And it's if I give you an example of the sort of discussion, let's say Chile. The ability of Chile to react to her neighbours' naval programs was constrained by economic issues following on from the Valparaiso earthquake of 1906 and falls in the nitrate market in 1907. However, there remained issues with Argentina and also Peru. The latter had ordered the 3,100-ton cruisers Almirante Gros and Coronel Bolgonese from Vickers in 1905. And aspired to acquire 3 light battleships, 3 armoured cruisers and 6 destroyers. However, only the armoured cruiser Dupe de l'Homme, 1890, and the destroyer Accepte, 1909, plus the submarines Fer and Palosos were ever purchased from France. The Chilean Congress passed a bill on 6th of July 1910 that provided funds for 2 battleships, 6 destroyers and 2 submarines. The resulting request for proposals required that the ships have British-manufactured guns, armour and machinery, implying that orders would go to British yards. Nevertheless, the battleship USS Delaware, 1909, visited Chile in February 1909 primarily to return the body of the recently deceased Chilean ambassador to the USA, but also implicitly to promote US material. During February-April 1911, Germany had sent the battlecruiser Von der Tann to Argentinian and Brazilian waters, once again with the hope of demonstrating capability of her owner's equipment. Indeed, US yards put forward proposals for both 12-inch and 14-inch gunships for Chile, while with guns to come from Armstrong in the UK or Bethlehem in USA and armour from Bethlehem. However, the order for the first battleship went to Armstrong in November 1911. 5 designs by Perret had been submitted to Chile on the 4th of April 1911, all with 10 main guns of 12-inch, designed 6.6 and 6.95, or 14-inch 45s of 6.69, 6.17, 6.96 caliber. And secondary batteries of 24.7-inch, 8 6-inch, plus 12 4.7-inch, or 14 6-inch. 4 21-inch submerged torpedo tubes were also included. There are some of the drawings of them. Don't they look pretty? The 27,400-ton design 696 was chosen and laid down as Valparaiso in Ellswick, Job 845, on the 1st of May 1912. The 14-inch guns have been selected to give a clear advantage over the Brazilian and Argentine battleships, its shells being some 60% heavier than the 12-inch munitions of her potential opponents. If the Argentine vessels were successful in achieving cross-deck firing of their midship turrets, the Chilean ship would have a broadside over 35% heavier. The arm protection was especially designed to protect vessels from the 12-inch guns of the Argentine ships, which were regarded as the most likely opponents. These fired a fairly light shell at high muzzle velocity, and this fact underpinned the protection scheme, based on the assumption, shared with most other navies, that battle ranges would probably be short. In this context, the side armour comprised a 9-inch waterline belt, together with 7-inch and 4.5-inch upper belts, was regarded as wholly adequate. It was only after the First World War, demonstrating that ranges could be far greater than hitherto generally anticipated, that the Chilean ship's protection could be seen as less appropriate. Soon after the construction began, the secondary battery was changed to 16 6-inch 50s. This reflected the increasing size of contemporary torpedo craft, as was the case with the shift from the 4-inch to 6-inch secondaries in the UK's Iron Duke class and Tiger. The alteration increased the Chilean ship's displacement by 600 tons and added £154,000 to the cost. Whilst improving capability, the changed weights increased the immersion of the main belt, which would now be submerged at full load and reduce top speed by 0.25 knots. A need to add 213 tons of ballast forward led to a 1-foot trim by the bow. It is a very cool book and worth a read if you like that, if you're interested in them. As you can see, I have a full screen of literally just nothing but chats all the way across, so I hopefully don't miss them. I have live chat so I can spot for spammers, top chat so I can see what people are messaging me on the normal chat. I have the Q&A, and then I have the what they call fan funding, what I call the I will not miss a super chat or anything like that chat at the screen, because I do realise one of my colleagues does sometimes miss them and feel very guilty afterwards. So after listening to him talk about that for a long time on an airplane once, I've made sure resolved to always make sure I don't do so. And there we go. Windfall Battleships. And so now, it's returned to questions from chat. Alright. Now, do you by chance have the equivalent of a Haynes manual would be of a Haynes manual would be for a HMS Haida? Not in book form, but I do have a something written up which is not too dissimilar to that as a concept. for all the travel class and all the daring class and all the battle class. Robert Dennett, the greatest sins to avoid in writing naval fiction. The fact that ships sometimes seem to stop immediately. No ship has ever stopped immediately. There is no way you can stop on water immediately. No matter how many anchors you drop, you are not stopping at the way you started. The whole point of an anchor is it's not that it stops you. It's that the chain and the anchor put down on the bed provide enough weight and enough friction to bring your momentum to a halt. But it is not going to be instantaneously. There is a reason why ships tend to sort of, in the nicest way, bump into a dock. Nice second. Would it be correct to think that the BL 18-inch 40 Mark 1 was really nothing more than a testbed for the 18-inch gun viability? I would honestly say the 18-inch 40 is probably not even a testbed for the 18-inch viability. I have long had a suspicion that it was an 18-inch 42 or an 18-inch 45, which was cut down for the ships it was to be installed on, versus the ships it was planned to be installed on. Because of some of the remarks I've read about the gun, and it seeming to its end seeming to be polished, as if it had been cut and polished. Because they are a little bit interesting if they are built to 18. I don't think they would design. You see, 18-inch 40 is such a non-standard design. 42, I could see that being a testbed viability and something they've built, because they could do that. They'd scaled up. It's over-engineered already. So I think it's an 18-inch gun, 18-inch 42, which has had 3 foot knocked off it, to make it suitable for going aboard HMS Furious. Because there's no way she could take the full ones. And this is why I think 18-inch 42s, that's why I think it's for the HMS Agincourt. That's my part of my whole thinking of Agincourt. What the US had renounced, and as in the Agincourt is in the Queen Elizabeth class, original HMS Agincourt, not the vessel in the Windfall Battleships. With what the US had announced the naval treaty earlier, if the US hadn't announced the naval treaty earlier and had built the Long Tanners instead of the Hourglass, what would this mean for the post-World War II carriers? For their post-World War II careers, I presume. They'd probably been retained, honestly. You retain your most modern battleships. That's what the Americans do. They retain them because you need them just in case, and at several points in the Cold War you needed them, so they were reactivated and were useful. What if the Invincible class carries a 30,000 tons? What capabilities would this give, and what impact would it have on the Falklands War? Let's see. They were, if I remember correctly, 22,000 tons. So if you're increasing them by 8,000 tons, you are, let's say, for want of a better phrase, taking them up by roughly 40%. So they could be 40% longer. I doubt they would be, due to the cube law, etc. But I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up being roughly 240 meters. Well, they're 209 meters, so yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if you're adding on at least another 30 meters length, which is going to give you a lot more hangar space. It's going to give you a lot more space in terms of everything for the air group to carry. So you could be talking about a much bigger air group. So they had a maximum air group of, if I remember correctly, 18 Harriers and 24 Sea Kings, which was their maximum commission total. Though usually they went to sea with roughly 22 aircraft. So, well, in their later parts of their career, they went to sea with 22 aircraft. So I would say probably. They might have gained an extra lift. They might have even gained deck-edge lifts, who knows, at that tonnage. Which would be nice and would have made engaging strategy very, very happy. And a few others very, very happy. If they'd had deck-edge lifts instead of center lifts, they'd have had a lot more hull space. And... well... honestly, at 30,000 tons, they're not far off the original. They're about, you know, they're getting much closer to the original build of the Audacious class. You know, as built, they are 245 meters and 36,800 tons. So if they're 30,000 tons, reckoning it's going to be roughly 240, 230 meters. Somewhere, well, let's say roughly 240 meters. Let's go for 240 meters because they are 22,000 tons and 208 meters. So yeah, 209 meters. So yeah, 21 to 31 meters added on length. Yeah, so they're going to have a longer flight deck, which is going to enable their aircraft to take off slightly heavier. Slightly more time to build up the speed. They're going to be able to carry more aircraft. Yeah, they'd have just been more capable aircraft carriers. They would have been more, just better all-rounders. And as I said, you might have ended up with deck-edge lifts as well, which would have really increased their space. So with deck-edge lifts and that tonnage difference, space difference, more space in the hangar, because of the lifts being on the outside. You could be talking an air group which is much larger. You could have been talking an air group which was, I don't know, 36 Sea Harriers and 24 Sea King. And that would have been a really capable aircraft carrier. In a British context. Let's hear on. In a Cold War UK and scenario, they make thermobaric munitions, which the Canadians in Can-Powell history called ice-fire warheads. Would the British treat thermobaric weapons as only used if needed? That's going to depend on the command structure involved and what the kind of yields they developed. If they are very powerful weapons, then probably is so. But if they are being developed as a primary replacement for something like your shells, let's say they're replacing a high explosive, they're using thermobaric instead of high explosive for some reason, then maybe not. Then maybe they're just commonplace. It's going to depend on their construction and usage. Steve Clarke, the recent video taken from Midway casualties, we can see that the water is very anaerobic at the depth and preservation is excellent. Compared to Titanic, how long do you think they stay intact? Okay, so this is the point at which I start to annoy people, because their length of time they depend on intact. It depends on exactly how long until someone else figures out where they are. This is why I'm always in two minds about discussing where things are and where their places are, even when they're public information. Because the more you discuss it, the more it goes round. But I'm fairly certain that the various pirates, etc., of the scrap pirates, as I like to call them, will know where they are. The thing is, can you make sure that they don't go and get them? We've captured certain ships, and when I say we, I mean powers have managed to capture ships which have been involved in the trade. But the thing is, they haven't captured the people who are behind those ships. They haven't captured the money or the interests that are behind those ships, and you can find people who have not much financial security and are willing to do the work for the money and take the great risks for the money, or rather won't ask the questions about why they're taking the risks for the money. So yeah, I think they could survive for a while. I really, you know, a good few a few more decades probably. But it's going to depend on whether other things seek to damage them, i.e. humans. And it's also going to depend on how stable the ecosystem around them is. Because if it changes, if currents change or the seabed changes, that could all change very quickly. So realistically, they could end up coming out of the water if you want to preserve them. But that's an entirely different and fun operation, which would be very complicated. Dodge C, would you be able and willing to make a video covering your royal yachts? Now, this is where I get to sound terrible to you. So let me just check. Because I seem to remember doing something about royal yachts on this channel. Can't find it now, but I'm sure I did a video about royal yachts. I wonder what I called it, because I seem to remember discussing how the various yachts were crewed, including the Kaiser's one. Interesting. I'll think about it. I'll either find it, and if I can't find it, I'll redo it. Because I'm sure I have done it, but I can't find it. I also find it interesting, and this is going to sound strange, how some videos perform versus others, because I sometimes have bets in my mind about how well videos will do. I sometimes think about that, you know, sort of go, okay, this one will do this well, this one will do that well, etc. I did not expect what battleships and battlecruisers that were not built can tell us to do nearly 2,700 views over the weekend. It's nice that it has. I'm pretty like you started late. I don't think I did start. I started that late today. I think I was fairly on time. Seem to remember it was fun getting the computer started up and connected. But yeah, it's saying it's 3 hours 26 on one clock, 3 hours 25 on another clock, and it's so I started 2 minutes late, I think. Jacob, I think there's still a large randomness factor in the practice on the YouTube videos. I think it could be the thumbnail. It really does seem to have a factor, the thumbnail. Does seem to have a factor. But Why doesn't the US Navy put ski jumps on the American-class ships? Because they're LHDs, not aircraft carriers. The purpose of the America class is to be able to launch as many helicopters as they can. If you put in a ski ramp, you automatically lose roughly 2 helicopter launching spots. And the thing is, the US Navy doesn't want to change that. They want to have the maximum lift capability. Gary Spirit, thumbnail has a huge impact. It does, but I have found the ones which I find slightly more distressing for me to put out, because I look even nutty in them, seem to do better than the ones where I look comparatively normal and sane. Which I worry about. I worry about how this is people interpreting, because literally, I almost look like I'm gurning in the what battleships and battlecruisers. I don't know this. And by the way, I let YouTube select the thumbnail, because, you know, they do go for a program, but I'm literally doing this. I don't know what the face I'm pulling. And then the one where I'm doing this, that hasn't done as well at all. Yeah, so I have no idea. Oh yeah, Gareth, recommendations if you haven't spotted it yet. Windfall Battleships. This has got so many little stories in it. You will love it. I mean, the little asides of the various relationships going on will give you days and days of fun. Actually, I believe the thumbnail sadly does. If you take a gormless mouth open pose with something silly in the background, Aaron likes it, which annoys me a lot. Potentially. My turn. If the British develop Sea Dart and Sea Dart 2 and start making a Garfish missile, what might I go for? I would have to have a frame of reference. The Garfish missile is that, because you got the Garfish missile, and I'm sort of going I did a quick search for that in the British Missile Tech directory, and that hasn't come up at all. So it's a new one to me. Maybe I've missed it, but that's also, I'm wondering if that's one of those ones which comes from Hearts of Iron or various things, in which case it might not have any historical authority. So, yeah, I'll agree. So if you could give me slightly more details about it, that'd be helpful, Night 603-1. So Clarke, you need Admiral's hats for each period the videos cover. I probably do need to start doing something. If I need to make the thumbnails better, I do need to start doing something. I'll think about that. It would again be something which would add more space, because that's the other thing I'd like in office. If I do, we do move, etc. office space-wise, I would be tempted to set up a green screen, so I could do some sort of video in front of that properly. More than what I do on my phone at the moment, because you know I do those little shorts, and there's a whole generation of shorts coming for the Christmas period. Yay! And I'm recording all the videos for the Christmas period over the month. I've started recording already some, and I'm recording more and more as I go. and I'm getting some of those done this week, and each week I'm getting some more of the Christmas ones done, so I don't have to worry about them over the Christmas period as much. And yeah, the plan is free videos every day over the Christmas period. So for roughly 60 something days, there's going to be free. I don't know. Is it 60 days? If we go to regular videos, when does it start? When do they start? I think it's... Yeah, the plan is starting on roughly the 25th of November. On the 25th of November, yes. And then for all the following 6 weeks until the 14th of January, I think the plan is currently. From the 25th of November to the 14th of January, there is going to be 3 videos a day coming out. There is going to be a comment response for the key ships at 7 AM in the morning going up. I think, no, is it 7? No. No, that's going to be going out at 3 AM. 3 AM. 11 o'clock, 100 hours each day, there's going to be a short. And then there's going to be a regular video at 7 o'clock. With no Twitch streams entering YouTube videos for that period either. So, yeah. We need the turkey hat. The turkey hat will be returning. I have it ready for the Christmas videos, don't worry. I have it ready for some of the Christmas videos. The turkey hat will be returning. It's here, it's ready. It knows its place. But, I should add, I also have these for the fluffy research assistants. For each of them has their own one. So yeah. I have plans for the Christmas videos. The Lexingtons were further along than the Dakotas. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those Hearts of Iron all history. Unfortunately, the author has provided little garbage other than his medium-range SAM missile launchers of the GWS-32. Okay, so it's a GWS-32 system. So, it's an evolution of the Seawolf, then? Into medium range? The trouble is the current system, which is that figure, is not that one. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I do have to do some Hearts of Iron stuff, probably with Garius. He and I probably have to team up for me to figure out Hearts of Iron. I need the benefit of his wisdom. So yeah, I'm not sure quite what's going on there. Later on, I hardly have enough time to watch all the videos as is, and I have commented on far too many videos or essays not to watch the response videos. It'll be fun. Sleep is for the weak, as George Rapinozo says. You may have a problem with copyright on today's Twitch stream. The music was very loud. I am currently checking that. That's already been uploaded and I'm getting that checked by the lovely gods that are YouTube. So we'll see what happens. It might not go through because of that. It might be just I put it through without it earning anything. I might just not put it, delete and not put any advertisement on it. I have no qualms with doing that sometimes. It means that basically the YouTube algorithm will kill it, but you know, as on the amount of people who watch my Twitch streams on YouTube is not that great. So I presume most of those people will be watching my channel anyway. So they'll see it come out and they'll be happy. Marnus, strange. The common material says 4 of the South Dakotas were over 30%, while none of the Lexingtons got past 1. Must be something in the county, more likely bad common sources. No, what seems to be to me is that the South Dakotas, the things that are further, a lot of from what I understand it, okay, the South Dakotas are being more quickly sourced, the Lexingtons are being more quickly built, if that makes sense. So more of the material for the Dakotas has been appropriated, but they were... 2 of them were at 30. One was at 38.5% completed, 34.7% completed for Indiana and South Dakota, 36% completed for North Carolina, Montana 27%, 31% Iowa, Massachusetts 11%. But, and this is why I didn't get into this too much, the stuff wasn't necessarily in the ships. And big chunks of those ships that have been completed are things like guns and turrets and things, which are big items which are going to make it quicker to assemble the whole thing. That seemed to bother me. But also, it's going to sound strange again, when you're talking about in the context of the recent video, the thing is, the big thing for the South Dakotas versus the Lexingtons was that the Lexingtons were within the tonnage limit. The South Dakotas were not, because the South Dakotas were roughly 47,800 tons fully loaded, 43,900 tons normal load as planned. And that meant they had no chance of getting in even the 37,000 tons standard limitation. Whereas the Lexington class were 44,200 probably normal load. So theoretically, you could probably lie and claim they were 42,000 tons in standard. And the US Navy probably would. Or you could easily make some modifications and claim they were. So the Lexingtons could get through it, whereas the South Dakotas couldn't. And so that's more important for that particular discussion. That makes sense. I see. Yeah, it's one of those things of, if you are going from a pure accounting perspective, you're right when you're saying there's more of them completed. But when you're looking at it from a perspective of actually built in terms of ships, I would say the Lexingtons were as a class further along. There are exceptions to that. There are exceptions, because usually someone will come back to me and go, but there's the South Dakota, and I'll go, yeah, there's the South Dakota. Hearthstone is very cool and very broken. Hey, I think me and Gareth could honestly have fun doing it as Finland. I'm fairly sure as Finland we could take over the world. Or Sweden. Or pretty much any of the Scandinavian nations. But honestly, the more interesting thing would be seeing what we could do as Italy. Because I think we could possibly break the system and actually succeed as Italy. Which very few people seem to be doing. From the videos I've seen. How's that ski? I really need a wireless headset to listen to Doc while I'm playing with my son. It does help. I don't think the South Dakotas get made into a carrier because honestly that's going to be even more... The thing is, again, getting it underneath the tonnage limitations. And the trouble is with the South Dakotas is they have the armor built into them. So you're going to have fun trying to get it down to the tonnage limitations. That's going to be your problem. The South Dakotas are built in a time period when they are not worrying about tonnage limitations. If someone had said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to set capital ships at 45,000 tons. And we're going to set... aircraft carriers at 35,000 tons, and all other ships must be 25,000 tons or below, or 20,000 tons or below. Yeah, they would work. But the moment you start going, we want a 35,000 ton standard. Okay, maybe you could go 15,000 tons. Maybe you go aircraft carriers 30,000 tons, battleships 45,000 tons, all other ships 15,000 tons. So clear 15,000 tons difference between them. Between each of the categories. Yeah, then the South Dakotas can be built. And they make sense. Frankly, you build the South Dakotas. The Americans at that point would be stupid not to get those things built. Because with the South Dakotas and Colorados and so as, they would have some of the most powerful battleships in the world. But you also have the British then turn around and go, so how many 16-inch gun ships have you got? And they'd have to go, well, yeah, we're building the 6 South Dakotas and the 4 Colorados, and we'd really like the 5 Lexingtons. So you've got 15 16-inch gun ships. Notice where that number turns up again, 15 16-inch gun ships. If you want all those 15, then we have to get 15 new ships. You can have a Navy second to none, but we have to have a Navy second to none as well. And that's the other problem for the Americans. The moment you say the Navy second to none, you have to allow Britain to have but it's equality to British, then you have to allow the British to be equal. So that's why the Americans set it up the way they do. They shoot themselves in the foot, but they're doing it to shoot everyone else in the foot. And the thing is, they make World War II more likely because of it. Because they, in a nicest way, the treaty set up a scenario where you actually have people like, not just the dictators, but their actual populations think their countries can catch up with the likes of Britain and its infrastructure and America and its infrastructure, and they can't. There is no frigating way. The whole Treaty of Versailles had been designed to cripple, from the British perspective, German maritime infrastructure, and it had done a very good job. The amount of time the Germans could have just about completed Plan Z in about 1960. Goodness knows how many ships the Royal Navy would have built in that time, but I'm fairly certain the generation the Royal Navy would have been on would be much further than the Germans. And that's the point. That's the point of the Treaty of Versailles, and that's the problem with the Washington Naval Treaty and the London Naval Treaty. The idea is that you can preserve peace by making everyone weak, and that doesn't work. Mutual weakness breeds fear and suspicion. Fear and suspicion lay groundwork for war. Because they allow for the rise of people who go, but we'll make you feel strong. We'll make you feel safe. And that's what humans basically want. Humans want to feel safe. They want to feel secure. So you put in a treaty, you design, the most well-meaning person in the world for arguing for peace will always think of a treaty which makes everyone weak so they can't wage war. That's the idea. If I make everyone weak enough, they cannot wage war. The trouble is that means they start looking for ways around the treaty to break the treaty, or actually completely flout the treaty, because they feel weak and afraid. If you can make a treaty where people feel strong, they are better. The SALT treaties are a good example of this. The Strategic Arms Limitations Treaty did not try and make either America or the Soviet Union or even Britain or France or any of the other powers who signed up to them feel weak. They allowed them to feel strong. They allowed them to feel safe. That's the secret. That's the trick. That's what I mean when I say an equitable treaty. And that's the problem for the Americans and the treaty system, because it doesn't produce an equitable treaty. It's a well-meaning treaty. I'm not demeaning or, not demeaning, not discounting the ambitions, the dreams of those who were writing the treaties. What I'm saying is that their methodology was fundamentally flawed because they did not take into account basic human psyche. And you can go and watch. There is a gamut of psychologists out there in the world, ranging from any side to any side. And all will agree, fundamentally, humans are at their most risky and dangerous when they feel weak, scared, or cornered. So if you do not want people to be dangerous, you make them feel open and safe and secure. If you want a good example of this, look at the basic the methodologies of interrogation used by various powers during World War II. The interrogators who got the most information out of people weren't the ones who tortured them, weren't the ones who did, nasty things to them. No. They're the ones who established rapport with them, who gave them decent food, made sure they were looked after, made sure they were fed, their prisoners were fed and comfortable, became their friends. Then they got all the information they wanted out of them. It worked very well. In one of the German interrogators' case, it worked so well that after World War II, the people he'd interrogated actually sponsored him to move to the United States. They sponsored him. They recommended the person who'd interrogated them to come to the United States because he was such a nice person. Think about that. Okay. Razorback, what is the upside to having more capacity for shells or missiles on your ships than you have shells or missiles? You can load up more. And also, alternatively, you can always buy more. It's far easier to build the capacity into the ship as it originally is than it is to try and add the capacity in later. Thank you, Vision. Okay, let's go through. If the strike cruisers had been built and survived the 90s cuts, what would they be replaced with now? Probably they still wouldn't be being replaced. They'd probably still be in service. But honestly, they might be thinking about another level nuclear cruiser. Honestly, if they had built some nuclear cruisers in the 90s, if the nuclear strike cruisers had been built, that would have probably helped them now, because it would mean they probably have other yards which could be doing nuclear work other than the ones they have. They'd have another yard. And that might be able to occasionally take in the extra carrier if they wanted to build another carrier, or could be helping with the submarines as well as the cruisers. It would be probably a general purpose yard in order to have enough work to keep it going, which would be very useful right now. When did the RN realise that they needed to start looking for the next capital ship in the time they were building battleships? They're always looking for the next capital ship. They never stop looking. There's the battlecruiser, there's all sorts of things they're looking at. They never stop looking for the next capital ship. That's a fundamental part of the Royal Navy. That's a fundamental part of being the leading naval power. You can't afford for everyone else to get there first, so you always have to look at everything. They're looking at both the submarine and the aircraft carrier. There's a reason they're doing the X-1 work and all the stuff with that. As well as the Ark Royal and the Illustrious class. Back. Dr. Clarke, I seem to remember the RN equipping a submarine with steam engine. Why would you do this? It seems both explosive and potentially prone to toxic fumes. Pretty much, the idea was the K-class, I think, and it was designed to allow them to keep up with the fleet. The idea was it was a fleet submarine. You could give them a nice steam turbine, and that could keep them going, and give them a good range and good speed to keep up with the fleet while manoeuvring. And then when they get into combat, they dive. Basically, the idea is literally it's precursor of nuclear submarine, because the fundamental problem for diesel electric submarines is keeping up with the fleet and keeping up the movements of the ships, the surface ships. Calvin, alternate history question. What if the Skoda 7cm caliber gun survives the medium AAA and anti-tank gun into war as a 10cm to survive? It's useful. It's certainly going to be faster loading, etc. It could be mounted on tanks, which would be quite an interesting system to have on tanks. Vanguard was built using surplus gun barrels. That's not sustainable. Was it done out of wartime speed or something else? They weren't surplus gun barrels. Gun barrels from the pool. The Royal Navy has a large pool of 15-inch 42 gun barrels, more than it needed, because you have to remember, they'd ordered them. When they ordered the gun barrels, they ordered them for all the R class. They ordered them. They ordered them for all of the Queen Elizabeth class. They ordered them for all of the Admiral class. They'd ordered 15-inch gun barrels for, think about all those ships. We're talking, well, that was supposed to be, and Agincourt I'm not going to count, because Agincourt I consider weird, but you've got 17 times 8 already, so that's 80 plus 7 times 8, which is brain work. 7 times 8 is not 56, so that's 136, and you're going to need enough to cover your maintenance, etc., and all those things, those shells, barrels. So you're talking roughly 312 to 340 barrels had been ordered for the Royal Navy. Now, most of those were still around in the pool or either in service in World War II. You've got the spare barrels, because you only built 5 of the 8 R-class battleships. Renown and Repulse only use 6 guns each, rather than 8. So they've gone down. You've only built the 5 Queen Elizabeths. You only built one of the admirals, but you built all the barrels. Because the barrels were on a procurement drive, a factory, and just keep being procured. Would it be accurate to say after Jack Fisher concluded the aircraft carrying submarine were next generation battleship that he knew that they had a long way to go before they did? No, he will actually believe they'd be it in the next 5 minutes. He was actually absurd that way. But he was jumping. He wanted to be still remembered as being the greatest of ever. According to Drac, the US and Japan would not have let the UK, Oz, Canada, New Zealand, India, and South Africa be treated as separate. What do the British do if they do that, but the USA and Japan say no? Then, conceivably, they withdraw from the treaty. That's the system. The British really wanted them to be considered separate. They would have withdrawn from the treaty. But there is an advantage to them not being considered separate. It basically is an international treaty which forces them to work with the UK. Think about that. It's a case of if they're separate entities, then they are separate negotiating powers. And they're not part, and they're separate navies. You know, they're far more separate. If you want to build a close relationship and keep them in a close relationship, you want the group to be treated as one, so they act as one, so they think as one. I'm not saying the British were purposely pushing it out that way, but there's a reason they don't. That's not a hill they're going to pick to die on. Is because it's something which does actually help them. And then, of course, there's the turrets, the guns which are built for the Courageous class as well. So yeah, there's lots of fun for the Vanguard class. Was there a plan to use the Dido Atlanta class as something other than the floating mobile AA batteries? They were basically destroyer leaders for the sort of the admiral level of destroyers and all sorts of things like that. They were supposed to be, but they weren't really in practice used by that much. Because they didn't have much space. Now, how much does the fact that no one else built a warship of size like Hood and the G3 entry really play in ship development? Not really that much. It's not really much of a factor. Things happen. These things sometimes happen, but that's the case. That's what happened in that case. Right. Robert Dennett. Could a K-class design have been of all more possible viable using interwar World War II tech? How much better could it be? Could they have been better? Look, if you'd put a lot of effort into diesel engines and gone with, modified something like sort of the R class, Rainbow class. I think about the Air class. I did Rainbow class. Let me just check. Maybe River class. R-class submarine. Rainbow class. They were the Rainbow class, the improved Parthians. The Rainbow class are the closest you're sort of getting to that, and they could do 17.5 knots on the surface or 8.6 knots on underwater. So honestly, when you're looking at the Parthian and the Rainbow class, you are getting to start sort of the idea of a fleet submarine in a way. You would need to do a bit more work and have a bit bigger, but there's a reason these submarines are as large as destroyers. Well, they're larger than destroyers. They're 1,791 tons in the case of the R class. They had a range of 7,000 nautical miles at 9.2 knots on the surface and 62 nautical miles below. So that's the sort of work they're sort of going on. But the trouble is, they could do a maximum of 17.5 knots on the surface, but that's not going to be a long range. So you need to find a way to either give them more fuel, or you need to find a way to fill them up at sea to do it. But that's sort of the Parthian and the Rainbow class are what you're looking at, really. Bitchin, I'd love to see you debate those trying to ban nuclear weapons every year in the UN and New York City. They have no realistic plan to achieve their aims. I have enough debates with those people on a regular basis. In the nicest way, I have my fun with them in the UK. Because I sit there and go, no one would like to get rid of nuclear weapons more than me. I know their destruction. I know their power. But tell me what's going to happen next. Because it's sort of the same problem as you have... Okay. The bad example to give is the UK. The good... and we have enough trouble. In the UK, we of course have very different gun laws than you have in America. You can still get a gun, you can still get the licenses and have one. Most people don't. Vast majority of people don't. Because they don't need them. And there's always the argument, yeah, the criminals can get them. But in the UK, the criminals in the UK, for the most part, understand the moment they bring a firearm, A, if they survive, the sentencing is going to be much higher. B, if they complicate the situation enough, then the people they're going to be dealing with are not going to be the police. So there is a level of, which means that actually using such weapons is not sensible. And the ones who do end up trying to use such things are often the ones who are either very extreme or very stupid. In which case they can cause more trouble, but we'll leave that to one side. But in America, you have a different scenario. It's a far larger space. There's far more people who have a reasonable reason to you have different states, different rules on gun licensing and all sorts of things. And you have land borders with other countries, and you have all sorts of issues. And a huge seaboard you have to patrol to try and keep everything out. And the fact is, again, due to the various systems, you have the fact that the police have guns, which means, it's going to sound strange, but there is they need one because they're often on their own in a scenario, but it means for the criminals to an extent it's more of a justification for them. Now, why am I doing this up with nuclear weapons? Well, here's the thing. If one country in the world had nuclear weapons and no one else did, and no one else had the technology to make them, then if that country decided to unilaterally get rid of its nuclear weapons, there's no problem. But, as I often try and explain, in a world where dictatorships have nuclear weapons, where countries may or may not have nuclear weapons and we don't know, and the thing I always point out is that, I go through the scenario, Taiwan, Israel and South Africa would have in a joint program to develop nuclear weapons, which was disrupted by CIA and KGB. Both were, very worried about it. We know South Africa still got them, and got rid of them. We have strong suspicions the Israelis got them. No one's proved, either way or not, on that one, but people have strong suspicions. I do love the way people presume that Taiwan hasn't, when they were the most technologically advanced of all those three options, and with a next-door neighbour who does have them, is very scary and is constantly has been talking about all sorts of rhetoric over the years. So I have suspicions about them, personally. But leaving that to one side, there are all sorts of other countries in the world which have various forms of nuclear power stations, etc., and various forms of access to materials, and could well have them. So A, you don't really know who has them. B, you have powers who have them who are not going to give them up because they see them as fundamental to their national security. So in the end, if you disarm them, all you're doing is giving all the powers you're most likely going to be able to get to disarm them are the powers who are probably least likely to use them, and in a way are the ones who are most balancing them. And the only question you have to get a look at is the way some nations we use the threat of nuclear weapons to try and bully and get their own way. You don't want to do that. So it comes back to sort of the scenario. In a closed system, you can get rid of those weapons. But in a system which isn't an enclosed system, or a closed or nearly closed system, sort of scenario with guns in the UK versus guns in America, nearly closed system like the UK, you can do what you've done. In a less enclosed system, you have far more limitations because of the way the system's already been running. And as much as you might want to change the world, you're not going to be able to get it. And usually the people who you're going to make laws and issues are going to be the ones who are law-abiding in the first place. The people who probably didn't matter much having them. So it's the same with nuclear weapons. If you were in a sort of closed or semi-closed system, you could remove them. But in a system like we have, where the technology is permeated as far as it has done, you can't. As much as I'd like to. And this is not saying things like criminals do plenty of things, laws are redundant, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that laws are useful, but you have to make laws you can enforce, and you have to work with the system you're in. And it's like, if you made a law, if the United Nations passed a law tomorrow saying all the world has to get rid of nuclear weapons, who's going to follow through on that? Who would follow through? Which nations would? Which nations wouldn't? Which nations would have creative accounting? And it's the same with anything else, and then you have a problem in the system. And the thing is, with nuclear weapons, that's a far bigger problem in many ways than even the gun issue, because in the gun issue, you're mostly talking about a domestic side where you do have a police force, where you do have a government, where you do have a legal system. What are you going to do to countries? What are you going to do to them? And that's a lot of politics, that is, but that's the nuclear debate. So it's not this is not me taking sides on the gun lobby or nuclear lobby or anything. This is me trying to use those two scenarios to explain each other a bit, in terms of my perspective as a historian looking onto it. So, and I would also, sort of that's the scenarios I'm trying to give you, is basically it's the difference between a closed and enclosed system. That's why I brought up, again, if you're considering an individual fight, person v person, the gun is the trump card. If you're in a fight between nations and nation versus nation, the nuclear weapon's the trump card. It's the similar level as status at its level. So that's why I was using them as a comparison point. India and Pakistan definitely have them. They have them openly. In terms of nuclear weapons. Right. So, no, how would you design a battleship the size of Vale-class ore carrier, 400,000 tons? Well, if I got 400,000 tons to play with, that thing's going to be big. I mean, Yamato's going to look like a baby compared to it. And in the nicest way, it's going to have a lot of bang. A lot of bang. The problem with the 18-inch gun is the rate of fire. But having 18 of them in 6 triple turrets, that's going to deal with your rate of fire problem very quickly. So you can actually fire 9, then 9, then 9, then 9, and you can just keep that up, alternating either end, and, you know, to salvo in on them. Yeah. And, as Runa's pointed out, a lot of the infrastructure you need to build peaceful nuclear things can also be turned to warlike means, but you'll need atomic power to augment and underwrite a carbon-free grid. You will do, because, honestly, trying to go without nuclear is very, very problematic, despite some of the creative accountancy being used in some of the energy countries' energy reports. Okay, questions. I said, if the Cannon-class cruisers being built, how they are preferred, what would have been different about them, other than 9.2-inch guns instead of 8-inch guns? Probably 6-inch armor belts. They'd be going for their cruiser at that time. And probably be aiming for closer to 36 knots. But John, would the 15-inch Courageous class like Battlecruisers Courageous and Glorious have been used for World War II if they'd survived the Washington Treaty? Modernization. Not sure they were even useful in World War I, let alone World War II. We'll be seeing an HMS Danny or Yangtze anytime soon. I doubt it. Staff Johnson, what would a modern Retribution class iron surface ship be? Don't think I'd use Retribution. I don't think that's a name they'd want to go with. Because that sounds too much like colonialism. But if you're talking about something big and powerful armed name like that, you'd probably be talking either an SSN class or maybe a surface a Type 83 class, something like that. Something big and powerful. That's right. If the British decide to convert all the surviving Hawkins class into light carriers, would that allow them to get better cruisers sooner or later? Ugh. Not really, because I don't think they were able to convert. They were allowed to convert them. They converted Vindictive because they'd already converted it. Wartime build, yes, but if there's not a major war going on, they're not building it. As I called it, Retribution class. Courageous class battlecruiser versus Deutschland class heavy cruiser, like at a Battle River Plate. Well, it'll work. But let's be honest, it's 4 15-inch guns versus 6 11-inch guns. You know, in the nicest way, I would prefer to have... If someone went back in time and whacked Jackie Fisher on the head and instead ordered, I don't know, something which was a Renown class, improved Renown class as a large light cruiser, I'd be very happy. Because that would work. And having 3 more of those and having 3 Renowns instead would be really useful. There again, I have a feeling the RN would then be going, right then, so we need to maintain all 5 Renowns, or Renown and Renown-ish, HMS Hood, and still build 2 16-inch ships and all the 5 Rs and the 5 Queen Elizabeths. That's going to be our tonnage requirement, and work that one out for fun. Speaking of which, I have an Excel spreadsheet here so I can work that out. So if we do that, and we go R2, and let's say they're all 27,000 tons, because that's roughly fair. Let's see with the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so well, I have a feeling the limit the British will be requiring will be 560,000 tons or 35,000 ton ships, and that will be what the British will be requiring. So yeah, that made the British very happy. Robert then, what did the intermediate officer ranks when did they between lieutenant and the captain? They were emerged in the, honestly, in the Age of Sail. Lieutenant commander and commander sort of emerge. The commander rank emerges when you need someone to run a ship, but you don't need to give it doesn't need to be a captain, a post captain, so it doesn't need to be someone who's got the rank of actual captain. That's where the title Master and Commander comes from, because you were the commander of the ship. And then Lieutenant Commander sort of comes in later on when they need. It's as ships' crews grow, especially in the sort of 19th century, that Lieutenant Commander sort of comes in. So that's when they sort of start to emerge. I think the British go for the H3 series, and I'm going to look up the picture of them so I can show it to you. Not that. Yeah, I need the H3. Go down. Let's find the H. My finger went past it. Wait, did I go past it? Or did I not? That's the L. I went past it because H comes before. Yep, I agree. Hang on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Yeah, H comes before L. Well, Depends which variant of the H class you're going with. I think I would say if I was going to do anything, it would be the H3A. And let's change to the H3A. Bum, bum, bum. So, here we go. Here's the H3A. So, thank you, Master Magic. Right then. So the question is, what scenario can you think of the British choose the H3A series of battlecruiser designs? Honestly, the British, it's if the British are certain that they need the 18-inch guns, because the 457mm 45 cal. See what I mean about how the 18-inch 40 doesn't make sense when you're building 42, 45s for everything else? The 18-inch 45 cal really makes sense if you are planning on hitting something which is heavily armed. Now there are other options looked at in this for a design, including one which is including various ones where the guns are either side of the turret, either side of the superstructure. But you know, I prefer this version where they're all in front. It suits me. It also has got a nice spacing between the boiler room and the shells. And it's got a lot of angled armour. So there you go. That's one of the H3s. Ince Morrison, is a modern destroyer a captain's or commander's post? I mean, it's usually a captain's post. Lieutenant commanders were often used for destroyers, captains in the Iron. Yes. Usually most destroyers were commanded by a lieutenant commander. Then you'd have usually what it would have is you'd have your flotilla of 8 or 9 ships, depending on what kind of, whether it's a trial flotilla or a normal destroyer flotilla. The flotilla commander would be a full captain, and they'd be in the destroyer leader, or one of the other tribals. Then you'd have 2 or 3 senior officers who'd be commanders, and then you'd have the rest would be lieutenant commanders in charge of their destroyers. So basically, let's say you have 8, you'd have usually roughly 3 full commanders and 4 lieutenant commanders in charge of destroyers, and 1 captain. But different flotillas were different, and sometimes they were more senior than that. And sometimes it wasn't that they were all commanders. In tribals, they were more often not commanders. Mission: Captain Bligh was lieutenant when he commanded H.M.S. Bounty. It was captain role, not rank. Later became captain, then Admiral. Had troubles governing New South Wales. Another mutiny. Yeah, but he was, it wasn't a post ship. So whilst he's called a captain on the ship as an honorific, he's technically returned a commander. But that's not as fun to refer to. So, does the all-forward make sense on a battlecruiser with only 6 gun? F3 is much better in my opinion. I prefer the F3 design. I have to say I do prefer it. With the 15-inch 50s, it's really good. Reference, any advice for teasing out source and information on projects that don't seem to have much written about them on the first glance? Look for things around them and adjacent to them. Let me explain. So, if I find I'm looking at an operation and I want to find out about an operation, but I can't find out about it, I look for operations which are similar to it, conducted at the same period, because often there's going to be reference to that other operation in the notes. And those notes can provide you with sources of where to go to look, or at least people to go and look for. You track down those people, you track down their personal notes. Most people involved in major operations, even minor operations, will keep some form of notes. If you consider, you know, for me, for all the trips I do with shipshape, it's about the only time I actually keep anything approaching a diary. And I'm not really a diarist. I really am bad. And my family produce really good diarists, and there's me who basically goes, yeah, I ain't bothering. And then when I'm away with shipshape, I tend to every evening write down my notes. Or even better, do a video about it. What have I got up to on that day? And the longer I can make it, the better, because it really winds up garrulous. Really does. The longer the videos are, the better. And if I can be walking around and talking, that makes it even more fun. Mission: would the officers and captain of the HS band in daily use refer and address like captain on commander? Probably captain. Because he's captain of the ship, but technically he's referred to as a master and commander. Because he's not a captain by rank, so he's acting as master and commander of the ship. Or rather, he's commissioned to be master and commander of the vessel. Yeah, because if some other new books arrive before Christmas, there might be an episode 2. Or if I find some new books wandering around, well, there it could be an episode 2. By tradition, the person in command of a ship is referred to as captain regardless of rank, to the point that anyone else by the rank of captain is honorably referred to whilst aboard the ship. Usually there are various things about whether or what they're called. Depends on the navies. And you can also... How do I put this? How do I put this politely? The other trick is that the captain can be also... The captain of a ship can be referred to as the mug. Master under God. Because that is the difference again. Master and commander versus master under God. Captain is a mission captain aboard their ship is the master under God of that ship. Robert Dennett, so in the film Master and Commander, surprised another full boat ship. Nope. If I get this wrong, Kate Jemison will kill me, so I'm going to check it. But I think it's a brig. She's a 6th-rate frigate, apparently. Which means technically she should have. She's a 28 gun ship. That's. Yeah. Well, you see, she's not a 28 gun ship. She's got a 22 9-pounder long gun. She's got 2 carronades and 4 scuffs, 2 carronades quarter deck, and 2 long 9s on the poop deck. So she's pierced for 22. That's weird. Honestly, she is technically a post ship if she's a 6th rate. So he's technically supposed to be a captain. And you can get it when it's rare. I don't. Yeah, I'm thinking there is some artistic license going on in there. Okay, that's my scenario versus the history. It's the artistic license versus the scenario. Because the Age of Sail is kind of the Wild West of the sea era. It's when, you know, everyone could be great. Whereas the moment it gets into steam and steel, it gets more complicated and grimy. It's not as beautiful or artistic. Did the British have ships similar to... I love it when it does this. SMS Wolf. Okay. I'm going to expand that better. Not really. They had ships similar to the SMS Wolf, but they didn't have... Please note, I'm just having some jelly tots. If you're not sure what they are, they're these things. So if you see me eating, there's that. But that's because I'm starting to feel hungry again, which is a good thing after being ill for as long as I was recently. The British do have Q ships, which I suppose are the closest thing they have to the Wolf, etc. They're not really doing the same thing as the Wolf. Mainly because they don't need to. Let's be honest, the Germans are using the Wolf to get out because they can't get anything else out to sea. The British can have their regular ships wandering around. They can do that job with anything. There are book series in the Age of Piracy. There's lots of book series in the sort of various period. The film Master and Commander, so kind of several books. I think they like the title from one book, took the story from another. In novel, the ship is emergency Civil War Sophie, not frigate HMS Surprise. That would make more sense with the size of the ship because they picked the Rose, didn't they? And the Super War was Sophie would be yeah. It's fun. It happens. It's artistic license at several levels. I don't think anyone built that. Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking this up to try and work it out where that phrase came from. Super War's usually under command of Master and Commander rather than Post Captain. Yeah. Super War, Corvette. Ah. USS John Alexander was built in 1799 as a 28-gun frigate. In 1807-89, her forecastle and quarterdeck were resaed off, and spar deck guns removed, and she was re-rated as, depending on the source, era corvette or sloop. She later had a new quarterdeck built, and became a 24-gun jackass frigate. I'm wondering if it's an American terminology. John Adams was a good ship. It took part in the Barbary Wars, didn't it? Oh, and the America and the Civil War. Good Lord, the John Adams was sold on the 5th of October 1867 for $1,500 to the British government to use as headquarters for the Hong Kong police. She was taken to Hong Kong, where a hulk was commissioned in 1868 as the Water Police headquarters. It caught fire in 1884 and was lost. HMS Merlin then later torpedoed and sank the burnt-out Hulk. So, HMS Merlin sunk John Adams with a torpedo. Just leaving that phrase out there for everyone. John Adams was sunk by Merlin with a torpedo. That's always fun to put out there. Basically, instead of calling something a sloop of war or things like that, the Americans came with their own names for things. Sometimes very creative names. Sometimes not so creative names that I'm not going to repeat too much, because I do not want to get into too much trouble. No, by that time she was she was the USS John Adams. She'd been transferred to the Royal Navy as the John Adams Hulk quarters. Since they were surprised rest right next to the USS Midway in San Diego Bay, what do you reckon a 9-pounder cannonball would do to the island of the USS Midway? If you manage to hit that high, and sort of actually hit the island, A, I'd be surprised. B, it might have enough force to get through the steel, but it might lodge itself partially into the steel. Depends which part of the steel it hits. How accessible or searchable are the British National Archives online? Fairly accessible and fairly searchable. If a battleship generally favours protection and firepower over speed, and a battlecruiser favours speed and firepower at the expense of protection, which favours speed and protection over firepower? I've done this before when I did a whole diagram about it, and basically the steam ram. Yeah, the trouble is, that's not what anyone else calls it other than the Americans. What was the Chinese Navy like in 1910? About as good as the Chinese Navy was today in the Twitch stream I was doing. In that, I wiped them out in one battle. Using 6 battleships. Only 6 battleships. And not even modern 6 modern battleships. They were all sovereign type. And they had even had some semi-dreadnoughts. I have answered that, so I will do that. John Shea, not going to lie, I'm really lost here, maybe even more confused. I just heard of the 17th century frigate getting sunk by a torpedo and I was gone for like 5 minutes. Yeah, that happens, John Shea. '18th century. Yeah. It's USS John Adams was Launched in 1799, so you are right in that she's 18th century, but let's be honest, she's pretty much 19th century. She's 1799. She's launched, by the time she's launched and commissioned, it is 1799. It still is the 1800s. It is just before the 1800s, but it's so close. It really doesn't make much difference. And yeah, she's decommissioned in 1865. So you think about that, she has a 66-year career with the US Navy. So for 66 years, she's a very useful asset. Benjamin, the US President's desk in the White House is made from the timbers of the HMS Resolute, thus the Resolute desk. Gift from Queen Victoria, and thanks for the US aid during the Franklin expedition. Yeah, Resolute got stuck in the search for Franklin, abandoned by crew, salvaged by Americans, returned to our own in Boston. Yeah. Robert Dennett, what do you think was the first ship built that could have easily, with no questions asked, wiped out the entire combined fleets of Trafalgar without breaking sweat? HMS Warrior, 1860. She could have done it in her sleep. And there's nothing any of them could really do about it about her doing it. She has the speed, she has the firepower and the armor to do it. And by the time there's not a single one that would scratch her. So Warrior. People probably should say, they will tell me, oh, yeah, you should be talking about the Gloire, the French one. No, the trouble is, she's not. The reason why the Warrior gets the praise and the Gloire gets, to be honest, people looking and going, what? Is because that the French had the potential to build a Warrior and couldn't, because their own arguments and infrastructure over it. And the British had the potential to order a Warrior but chose not to until they knew the French were building the Gloire, and then they churned out the Warrior as quickly as they could. And you then look at it and go, oh, you're what you could have been if someone had actually put some effort into you. Oh. In World War II, USS Constellation was recommissioned and used as flagship for the C&C Atlantic, so it could be at sea. Did the RN do anything similar? No. They already have Victory technically commissioned, but, you know, that's just... That's been going on for a long, long time, that there have been admirals whose technical flagship has been Victory. But no. It wasn't technically that, so they could be at sea. It was... Yeah. No. They were either at sea or after Matapan. Cunningham seems to basically set the tone that, frankly, you can't be at sea and be a C&C. And some tried to. Fraser tried to for the British Pacific Fleet. But in the fact, he was acting more as a task force commander than the commander-in-chief, because he was coordinating so much with Nimitz that basically he was doing what he was basically working with the Americans on that basis. So he was acting as the British fleet commander, but he wasn't really the C&C in the full sense of the word and the phraseology, because of the way it was set up and how he was coordinating the Americans, and how until once there'd been more British supplies and ships got there, he'd probably been forced to start acting more as a C&C. But he wanted to be at sea, and that's one of the reasons why he sent not Cunningham. Because if you send Cunningham, then there's going to be a very different relationship between Cunningham and Nimitz than between Fraser and Nimitz. Right, I haven't thought about it until recently, but did the US do much work in, around, or based out of the Indian Ocean? Some of their ships and the subs got there and took part, but mainly they worked with the British. When it came to the Indian Ocean, it was the British area. And that's where that's one of the other things that's often forgotten. Is sort of people look at the Pacific War and think about the forces coming that way, but there's also forces coming this way across the Indian Ocean, and that's where the British are. Replace Africa with Warrior in 1860, and that would have been the whole combined fleet native. Yes, it would have been. If Nelson's born in 1878 rather than 1805, there is a great joke that Nelson wouldn't have been qualified for the Royal Navy until you get the reforms. So the Royal Navy would have missed out on Nelson. But Admiral Collingwood would probably be remembered for the great victory he won at the Battle of Trafalgar. Ronan, what was the American reaction to Trafalgar? Well, the fact was that in 1812 they decided to declare war on the UK, so, yeah. Put those two and two together. And basically, the Americans didn't really think about the consequence of Trafalgar because they were remembering their experience of the American Civil War, and sort of not necessarily war, the American War for Independence, when the French Navy had come across and been very useful in getting them their independence. And they thought, you know, we'll fight the British, and the French Navy or the Spanish Navy will do the same as they did previously. Didn't work out. No, the Royal Navy was very different. The Royal Navy of the War of 1812 period was very different than the War of the American Independence. And very differently stretched. And very quickly in the War of 1812 they start off by going, yay, we are victorious because we're dealing with what was out here when we weren't a threat and there wasn't a war. And then, oh, sugar, what the friggin' has turned up now? Oh, good lord, that's big. Oh my, how many of those have they sent? And that basically gives you the entire story of the War of 1812. And the Royal Navy and the British start doing amphibious operations. And some of them are successful, some of them aren't. But really the British aren't that bothered. The British are just building up more and more forces. And the thing is, when you have the peace treaty, which almost takes longer to negotiate than the war than the previous war, everything goes back to antebellum, pre-war. Status quo as it existed. If that hadn't happened, goodness knows what happens to the Americans, because yes, they win New Orleans, but the British are coming back in even greater force, and the British are preparing to go more places. And the fact is, the Americans won New Orleans. That was good and very good on them. But the trouble is, the troops who were coming over to replace those forces that had been attacking New Orleans, etc., were veterans from various other British wars with a whole different set of commanders in charge, and that was going to be far nastier. They had won against, to an extent, the British. You could be charitable and call them the B team subs, but you could also be frankly honest and call them the C team. And the team coming over were a mixture of the A and the B team. And that was not a good scenario for the Americans. Especially as, by that sort of point, the continental threat was going down dramatically. So, yeah, the war of 1812 ends before we end up with far more complicated history than we needed. Yes, the war does. Technically, the Battle of New Orleans takes place after the treaty's been signed. Yeah, so after the war's over, but before the war is before they knew it was over. The Germans attacked the Scapa Flow via submarine. Did they ever consider attacking by air? Often. That's why I had such heavy air defences. And that was the reason also why Norway not falling does make a difference. If the IJN defeated the USN at Midway, could they realistically have taken it, held it, and turned it into a useful base? They could have taken it. The holding it is a completely different... Well, holding it until the Americans turn up you can do. Again, because the Americans, when they come back, are going to come back even bigger and stronger. That's the problem when you're taking on Britain and America in the terms of infrastructure in World War II. You defeat them, they go away, they build up a lot more, they come back. If you lose, they carry on fighting. If you win, they go away, come back with more. It's not fair. It's not designed to be fair. Robert Donner, in the age of sail, how did one become or end up as a Royal Marine as opposed to the regular army? And who was in charge of them organisation? The Royal Marines were part of the Royal Navy. They start as the Duke of Albemarle's Royal Marine. It's their birthday today, isn't it? I should remember this. And basically they... They start off as the Duke of York and Albany's Maritime Regiment of Foot, and they basically were headquartered in Chatham, Portsmouth and Plymouth, under the Admiralty control, and they recruited. So Marines would recruit just like Army regiments, etc. You could be recruited into Marines. It was not until 1771 that the first Royal Marine was made to a full colonel. Previous to that, the most senior post was a lieutenant colonel. They actually became the Royal Marines in 1802, thanks to King George III. Previous to that, they'd been various other things. And there was also the Royal Marines Artillery and Royal Marines, all sorts of other things. They were renamed the Royal Marines Light Infantry in 1855. And, of course, are today known as the Royal Marine Commandos. .40 Commando, 42 Commando, and 45 Commando. And usually a good trick to work out if someone's actually been of a unit or not is whether they call it they go 42 Commando or 42 Commando. And basically the reason the Marines were formed was because the Army didn't like to consistently detail regiments off to provide infantry for ships. And especially not the smaller ships. But occasionally they still would. Even in World War II, occasionally you find the Marines aboard a ship are actually not Marines. But that's usually a minority rather than a majority. Anyway, I am going to say a good night to everyone because it is now midnight and I should be going to get some sleep. Because I've got a whole load of videos to record for you all tomorrow. I've got to record roughly 8 videos tomorrow. Plus load a car. It's going to be fun. So I'll answer the 6831's question. That's going to be and then I'll shut down the Q&A. What was it finally to work the USN to cruiser modernization? they've woken up to it. I think the various politicians have pushed them into it. Rapid Ideal-class mine-laying cruisers were built for speed in the mine-laying mission. Where else was that speed useful? Often in winding up the American Navy, but doing dash raids and rapid transit of critical components. Right then, let's end the Q&A. And let's get rid of that window. And that window. And that window. So thank you, Just Funk, Runon. Thank you, Rapid Razorback. Thank you, Robert Dennett. Thank you, Vajra Fodana, Abel Zaski, Bichon, James Morrison, John Shea, Mark Harkness, Avis. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. Thank you to Seneca Nero, Stafford Thompson, Sean Mack. Thank you to Garius the Brit and everyone else who's been on, who's been adminning. Thank you, Carl Gasberg. Thank you, Danny Wright. Thank you. Oh, I think I've got most people. Richards. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and hope you enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you, George Newman. And of course, thank you, Melanie and Paul Amos. Thank you, everyone, for being here.